and build wealth the right way, and you can too. But you've got to have a game plan, and that begins with our Get Started assessment. Go to RamseySolutions.com/start, answer some questions, and we'll show you where you are with your money and what the next steps are to take. Here's what I know. No one accidentally wins at anything. If you've had it with money stress and are ready to join the millions of people who have taken control of their money for good, go to RamseySolutions.com/start today.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR newsroom. A federal judge says President Trump's request to add a documentary proof of citizenship requirement to the federal voter registration form cannot be enforced. U.S. District Judge Colleen Kohler-Caudill sided with Democratic and civil rights groups that sued the Trump administration over his executive order to overhaul U.S. elections. She ruled the proof of citizenship directive is an unconstitutional violation of the separation of powers. The administration and its allies have argued such a mandate is necessary to restore public confidence that only Americans are voting in U.S. elections. Get breaking news notifications right to your phone. You can download the KTAR News app, and for more, go to KTAR.com. Also today, 2 federal judges have ruled the Trump administration must use more than $5 billion in a contingency fund to distribute partial SNAP benefits during the government shutdown. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live now in the News Center to explain.
Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego spoke at the St. Mary's Food Bank Volunteer Center before the ruling came down and said 1 in 8 Arizonans receive SNAP benefits.
The City of Phoenix has launched a new resource page with information about emergency food assistance, linked to food banks, and important information about key city resources, such as our senior meal program.
She said the city would be holding a food drive next week. SNAP costs the country $8.5 billion a month, and with a little over $5 billion in the contingency fund, it will likely take some time to calculate and distribute partial benefits for the month of November. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Now, before the rulings from 2 federal judges to keep the SNAP program funded came down, President Trump suggested to reporters it was possible the administration could take steps to do just that. However, he also took the opportunity to tweak his Democratic opponents.
And we only need 5 Democrats, but they've become a radical left party.
The president suggested an interruption for SNAP would impact Democrats more than Republicans. Research shows large numbers in both parties use the SNAP program. An emotional Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs says it's time for Washington to figure out how to end this continuing federal government shutdown.
And the president should follow my lead and bring people to the table and get this done.
The governor says vulnerable people will be hurt by interruptions to food assistance and Head Start programs. She says there's very little the state can do to reduce that impact. The FBI announcing arrests in Michigan today. FBI Director Kash Patel says a home was raided after surveilling multiple people in an online chat group. Patel posted they were about to carry out an attack on Halloween. ABC's Olivia Rubin has more.
Sources now tell ABC News the FBI took action after undercover operatives monitored an online chat group. Law enforcement sources say the alleged plot involved firearms. Sources add the suspects took firearms training, and law enforcement stepped in when the suspects mentioned Pumpkin Day, which they believed was a reference to Halloween.
Who'll be the quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals when they take on the Dallas Cowboys Monday night? Well, that is still an open question, but either way, Tyler Drake with Arizonasports.com tells Arizona's Morning News it's a good matchup for the Cardinals.
So if you can get Kyler Murray back in the saddle, back starting, or really Jacoby Brissett, if you still have to roll with him, they should be able to move the ball down the field against this very, very bad defense.
The Cardinals are coming off their bye week and are hoping to end a 5-game losing streak. Several people hurt after a passenger jet suddenly lost altitude and then had to make an emergency landing in Tampa. ABC's Sophie Flay has the story.
The FAA investigating after a JetBlue flight traveling from Cancun to New Jersey suddenly lost altitude, injuring several passengers. Around 2 p.m. yesterday, the pilot of the Airbus A320 reporting a, quote, flight control issue. diverting to Tampa, Florida for an emergency landing.
As many as 20 people were reportedly taken to local hospitals, and JetBlue says it's investigating. Checking our traffic right here on this Halloween in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. We have a crash working on southbound Loop 101 and Ray Road. There's another at 75th Avenue and Loop 101 in Glendale. And in Phoenix, a crash at 47th Avenue and Bell Road. Weather-wise, for Halloween, a high today of 88, overnight low 63, and we're going to stay there in the mid to upper 80s Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. In Buckeye, it's 84. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga.
It's the Chris and Joe Show.
KTAR News.
Fry-yay! And a Halloween fry-yay as well. Oh, it doesn't matter what's going on in the world if we can just come back to our little isolated worlds and say, you know what? There is joy around us, and it comes in the form of devils and demons. Mm-hmm. What a wonderful time it is, indeed.
That's right.
And so happy Fry-yay Halloween to everyone, which brings me to... You know why?
Why?
Because Snap is running out. That's why, Joe. I thought that was inappropriate for today. Snap is running out. And it's the Addams Family. And it's Halloween, right? Mm-hmm. See how I married those themes together? You see how I did that?
That was a happy introduction to a sad day, potentially.
That's radio professionalism, Joe. That's marrying topics together is what I just did.
You are a pro.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You probably heard Becky Lynn talking about it. We did get rulings from two different federal judges that said, nope, the government has to fund the SNAP program. They have to fund the old name was food stamps, right? Mm-hmm. Now it's the Supplemental Nutrition Assurance Program. Did I get that right?
Assurance or assistance? Yeah.
Yeah, whatever it is. So it's assistance. You're right. Thank you. So nearly 900,000 Arizonans were at risk of losing the SNAP benefits because of the government shutdown. Now, the state says that they're going to help out, right? They're going to step in. They're going to do what they can. However, these judges say, no. The courts have to bring it back. They got to return the SNAP benefits. And so as far as I know, they should be right back, right? Right? That's it. No problems.
Lots of problems.
Lots of problems, yeah, especially when it comes to the courts, because as we know, the courts don't usually move very quickly. Do we have, is Barry ready to go? Our KTAR legal analyst?
He is.
All right. Barry, a couple of courts here, a federal judge in Rhode Island ruling from the bench the program has to be funded using the contingency funds, or at least use the contingency funds. Another judge in Massachusetts said that the administration has until Monday to say whether they would partially pay for the benefits with contingency money or find other funds for those. Is there a reason if someone is a SNAP recipient for hope that things are going to get better quickly?
Yeah, I think things are going to get better quickly. I mean, we don't know if the Trump administration is going to appeal both of these rulings. I mean, that would literally be President Trump and the White House arguing that Americans who need food assistance should not get it in an emergency time. So I would hope they won't do that. But the court didn't just order them to do that. They said that it's illegal, that what the Trump White House is doing, trying to deny SNAP benefits during a shutdown, is actually illegal, that it violates the law. So I would expect you're going to see these SNAP accounts funded relatively quickly. It's important to note that in some states, this money goes to the states, and then the states put it on each individual's card. That can sometimes take a week. So some people who maybe would normally get their card reloaded on the first or the second or the third, they may not get it for a little bit longer, but money should be flowing relatively quickly unless the administration appeals.
KTAR News legal expert Barry Markson joins us. Barry, these judges in both Massachusetts and Rhode Island gave the Trump administration leeway on whether to fund the program in full or partially for November. Why the option there? And if partial funding, what does that look like? Is that 10%? Is that 90%? Is it half? How's that going to work?
Well, it costs about $9 billion a month, give or take, to fund SNAP. That's what it costs the United States each month. There's a $5 billion reserve fund that sits in the government that is there to fund this stuff. So the courts have said, you have to tell us by Monday, are you going to just use that $5 billion reserve, which would obviously get us about a half a month, maybe a little bit more of funding, or there's also apparently another $25 billion, give or take, that could be available, that is available to be used for this. The Trump administration has to let the court know what they're going to do. So that's why it could be partial funding or full funding.
Barry Markson, KTAR legal analyst, you talked about appeals and that, the administration would basically have to argue that the people shouldn't eat. However, they defended this in the first place, right? So it wouldn't be like it's a novel defense. I mean, the administration went to court in both Massachusetts and in Rhode Island and stood in front of federal judges making that argument already. Why wouldn't they do that with an appeals court or run this all the way up to the Supreme Court?
They may do that, Chris. I mean, you have to understand there was an internal memo in the Department of Health and Human Services that runs SNAP that said legally we have to use these reserve funds in the event of a shutdown. They withdrew the memo. The administration forced them to withdraw that memo and then said we're not going to fund SNAP. They're obviously, and they've stated this isn't a secret, they're trying to do that for leverage in the shutdown negotiation with the Democrats. So they know Democrats don't want people to go hungry. So I guess they thought the Democrats would cave, and that's the way you'd get this done. Instead, the courts have stepped in. You have to remember there were 25 states that sued the Trump administration, including Arizona, and Attorney General Chris Mays was part of one of those suits. And basically, the courts have found that this was illegal. What the Trump administration did, it was illegal. It wasn't a decision to be made. It was a law, and they violated the law. So the courts are saying they can't violate the law. They have to do this. But Chris, you're right. I mean, I find it hard to believe that an American administration is going to go to court to say, no, we're not going to take money that's sitting here to be used for Americans that need food assistance. We refuse to do that. But they did it already. So you're right. Maybe they will take it the next step.
Talking with KTAR News legal analyst Barry Markson. Barry, if the Trump administration appeals this ruling, is SNAP funded or not funded during the appeal? And how quick will we see a final ruling on all of this? When does the appeals process extinguish itself?
It's a good question. I would think the appellate courts would move relatively quickly, but appellate courts don't move fast. So that would take at least another few days for one appellate court, and then if you go take it to the Supreme Court. But the other part of this is that it would depend on whether the lower court or the appellate court issued a stay on the lower court's ruling. So they could file the appeal, but the lower court can stay. You can appeal it, and you can figure out whether we're wrong on the legal issues. But in the meantime, you need to fund SNAP, or they can stay the decision. I would think in these circumstances, because of the emergency and the harm that would be done to millions and millions of Americans, tens of millions of Americans, I would think the court would force the funding to occur while the legal issue was decided. But again, that's up to the judge.
All right. Barry Markson, our KTAR legal analyst. Barry, we always appreciate your insight and your knowledge of these matters. Thank you, my friend. Always great to have you on the show.
Thanks, guys. Chris, good to see you. Joe, you look a little scary right now.
Yeah, we're already getting comments too, Barry, on the KTAR YouTube channel. One said someone suggested Joe come in as Uncle Fester. Instead, he dressed as Cousin It. So that's I think that's pretty clever.
I'm me with hair.
Yeah. All right, Barry, thank you so much, my friend. All right, very good. Yeah. Am I the only one that is a little bit frustrated that the government shutdown seems to be this argument over should people eat or should people be able to have health insurance?
It's a sibling fight on a grand United States scale.
And, we've talked about before how the stakes just aren't there for the politicians themselves. And that's what I think is so frustrating for so many of us, because it's not as though the politicians are going to lose their health insurance, or it's not as though the politicians are going to lose their food source, right?
No, they're getting paid right now, too.
Exactly. And I think that's incredibly frustrating for many Americans watching the sibling fight, as you put it, Joe, go on in Washington right now. And isn't it odd that they're willing to gamble with food. We know that they're funding, and by the way, this is not an indication that I'm in favor of not paying soldiers, but isn't it funny that they find money for able-bodied men and women to get paid? They find money for a number of other, I would say, politically leaning groups to get paid. But when it comes to making sure people eat, well, that's something we can use as leverage. And so our why today, why is SNAP easier for politicians to gamble with? That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Becky Lynn with the day's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:15. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. As two federal judges say the Trump administration needs to keep the SNAP program funded. In a statement, Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays emphasizes the U.S. Department of Agriculture needs to have a plan to make that happen by Monday. The federal court's decision also says the federal government must consider other funding sources if USDA's contingency funds are not enough to cover November SNAP benefits nationwide. We're going to hear more from Chris Mays today and tell you more about what she has to say on the issue. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. For our Halloween high, 88 degrees today, 63 overnight with nice clear skies, and Saturday and Sunday right around 89. It's 85 in Mesa. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
Arizona's energy future includes new power plants coming online, but also more data centers and factories ready to eat up that juice. What will it cost us, the little people? Join LaDonna Harvey and me, Jim Sharp, for Money Monday on Arizona's Morning News.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, and a shout out to Waddell. Can't thank you enough for being a part of the Chris and Joe Show in Waddell. Some of you may be celebrating Halloween and doing a little dress up at the office. It was a curious sight at our office as I saw a couple of people actually dressed up as Joe. That was really, really interesting.
Yeah, what you didn't see is when I walked in this morning and they both ran up to me and they're like, Joe, guess our outfit. What are we dressed up as? And you clown on me, but you know deep down I am a very humble, low-key guy. And I looked at him, I'm like, I have no idea. And they're like, we're dressed up as you. And I, A, felt like an idiot. And B, like, I said to one of them later, like, on the verge of tears because I think it's so sweet. I was like, that was really cool. Like, that really made my day.
Oh.
So
if they'd have gone with the skull cap, that really would have topped it off.
One of them did.
Oh, did they?
Ballin did.
Yes, now I see Ballin did have a skull cap.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that's what that was. I thought he had like a ski helmet on or something.
I'm just wearing a ski helmet every day.
Oh, great costumes. That's fantastic.
Yeah, no, they didn't tell me till I got in. It was really sweet.
I love that. I love that. So the SNAP benefits, we've been hearing about it all week, that the SNAP benefits would run out if the government isn't reopened by tomorrow. Do we have any hope that the government is going to reopen by tomorrow? Is there anybody that thinks that suddenly the politicians are going to get together and fix this all by tonight?
No way.
I didn't think so, no. In fact, I would even argue that all of these rumors we've heard, it seems every weekend we get another story that says such and such politician says the shutdown could end this week. Oh, pressure's on so-and-so to end this week. Oh, this could be it. The signs are there. There are no signs. Congress isn't even around. Mike Johnson says, you know what? We'll just take all the month of November off. What do you guys think about that? And that's as if they were not going to take the month of November off anyway, because they do for holidays all the time. Regardless, November is one of those months that they rarely do any work anyway. So we're getting close. What are we at, day 30?
I think this is 31 now.
31? Okay. The record is 35. And usually by the time you get to, the second missed paycheck for government workers, that's when the rubber meets the road and they have to do something. You would have thought that the idea of people losing out on their food would be motivation for the politicians to figure something out.
Yeah, not just people, too. We're talking 1 in every 8 people, roughly. Yeah. This is a lot of people we're talking about.
12%. So what does that put us at? Like 40 million people get some sort of supplemental food income. According to, let me see, I think this is, New York Times here. Food stamps lose federal funding on Saturday. Some older Americans who can't line up at food pantries or get second jobs are, quote, just praying. That feels strong. From the KTAR News YouTube channel in the chat, serious note, I hope they get SNAP sorted soon. My mom is elderly and disabled, so it's how she stays fed.
Yeah.
An awful lot of people that are feeling this right now. And why is it then that SNAP is so much easier for politicians to gamble with? I mean, they've figured out ways to get the defense spending done, to get veterans benefits, which I'm certainly not advocating that those should be cut. But why is all of a sudden feeding people a lower priority?
Oh, I don't feel this way either, but I think you and I both agree that SNAP is looked at as how poor people get by. And if they just worked harder, got a job, were less reliant on others, that they wouldn't be in the predicament that they're in, needing to rely on SNAP.
I think that's a big one. Stigma, right?
No, I loved a lot of what you said. I want you to run wild with this because I thought you were very succinct and very to the point. But in general, I think SNAP just has this dirty stigma to it. And if you walk into a grocery store and you see someone paying with what used to be food stamps, some people kind of turn their nose up at them, and that's really sad.
Yeah, and I also think that there's this this stigma, this notion. In fact, I think Becky Lynn had it in her news that SNAP is for poor people, and poor people are Democrats. Right? I mean, Trump said SNAP recipients are Democrats, so that's kind of the stereotype that Democrats are poor people looking for handouts. Right? He's playing on this like 1980s Reagan welfare queen stereotype, and he's using that to say it's not hurting my voters. I'm taking care of the people who take care of me. So let them eat cake. And I think it's going to hurt some people badly. The other thing too is that
definitely going to. There's not. It's going to.
Now, SNAP recipients are disproportionately low income, right? And they also don't have as much political power. So when we think of some of the other voting blocks, and remember, when you're a politician, it's all about money and power, right? So when you think of influential voting blocks, poor people who are oftentimes overlooked, who don't have the money to be making big donations, that don't have the coalitions to hire lobbyists, they're certainly not the ones that are going to have massive influence on the politicians. And so I think that the visibility of the SNAP recipients is one that affects the perceived value that the politicians have for them. And I think that's unfortunate. As we found out, you do have a number of elderly, disabled, a number of, we have in the state, some 30,000 veterans who rely on SNAP benefits as well. They're going to go without. So this stigma, this stereotype that doesn't hold water is going to starve people.
Okay. I want to ask you a question, though, too. You just brought up 30,000 veterans. Aren't the veterans disproportionately Republican as opposed to Democrat? Isn't Trump making a bit of a gamble there?
Yeah. In fact, I think in Becky Lynn's news, she was talking about how the SNAP recipients are pretty evenly distributed by political party.
And it's a lot of kids, too.
Yeah, that's pretty terrifying. I did see that there are some schools that are stepping up, and some schools are saying that they will help make sure the kids are fed, but which is great. But that means mom and dad are still not eating.
Yeah. No, it's a lot of restaurants are stepping up. I think it's great that they're saying, hey, if you can get down to us, we will give you one meal a day per person with a SNAP card.
Yeah.
I wish that several of these restaurants could partner with a big grocery store. If you don't have a lot of means, I'm guessing, hey, it might be amazing to be able to go to a nice restaurant and try some of their food. And I am all for whatever anyone can do right now. But if you could, partner with a grocery store, I think the impact might go further for those who are on SNAP who, need their dollar to go as far as it possibly can.
Did you see that we're going to start resuming missile testing, nuclear missile testing.
Saw that yesterday, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's ironic, isn't it, that feeding kids is negotiable, but funding missile tests that are world enders is not negotiable? Like, we're going to fund that? SNAP is a bargaining chip, but nuclear testing is patriotic and we have to have that? Isn't that? I mean, I don't think that's a message that is very effective politically.
Mm-mm.
And I find it to be frustrating as an outsider looking in. That's not to say I think we should not be funding testing and security and things like that, but timing is everything, is it not? Timing. God, it matters, people. It matters. And the politicians seem completely oblivious to it.
No, it's like a big. I didn't have a sibling. I obviously grew up with my buddies and things like that. But Chris, I'm sure you had a number of fights with your brother, and it's like, oh well, he did this, and then you come back, and then you do something to him. And at what point do the two siblings sit down at the table and go, you know what, we need to stop this, and we need to agree we're not going to punch each other harder, take each other's toys, just do even worse to the other what was just done to us, and just agree that enough is enough and work together.
You're so soft. You're such a sissy, Joe.
Ugh, I know.
You're such a coward.
Ugh, the worst.
This is why you didn't have a sibling, because they would have beat you up. That's what would have happened. When SNAP runs dry, your neighbors step up. Banks, thrift shops, maybe your favorite restaurant, handing out dinner. You're about to learn who is answering that call, where you might be able to get some of those resources next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. So suppose you're out and about. You've been looking for a while. You've been cruising Realtor.com and Zillow.com and Redfin and all the others, and then you find your perfect house. Got the kitchen, got the backyard, got the vibe. But you're still stuck in your current place. You got to sell that first, right? Nope. With Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, my voice cracked like I'm hitting puberty again. That's what Orchard will do for you. Yeah, transitions are quick with Orchard. Yep, you buy your new home now, like right now, and deal with selling the old one later. Yep, no showings, no awkward scheduling, no strangers traipsing through your house. They never wipe their shoes off first either. I hate that. Orchard fronts you the cash to move into your new place first. And then their pros swoop in. They fix up your old home. They get it sold for top dollar. So you get the upgrade and the payday quick. You want to know how much your home is worth? Of course you do. You go to Orchard.com for a free home valuation. Get the ball rolling. It doesn't take long. And the next thing you know, you're in that dream home. It's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon, or at newnordicusa.com.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with a home and auto bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Tempted to decorate for the holidays early? We like your style. Right now at Kohl's, save 20% on decor, hosting essentials, and more. Plus, get $10 off $50 spent. So go ahead, hang up that wreath, swap out those couch pillows for ones with snowflakes. And while others are panic shopping later, you'll already be cozied up feeling pretty great about these early Kohl's deals. Select styles, offers end November 2nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is, how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case cost. We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At the Midwestern University Eye Institute, they take the time to know you, offering affordable, unhurried, and thorough vision care. I'm Jim Sharp here, along with Dr. Pierce Kenworthy. Doctor, can you tell us about the new services recently introduced at the Eye Institute?
We are thrilled to have a whole new laser refractive suite here, including 2 fully functioning lasers, the Visimax 800, very helpful for performing LASIK, which is what most people hear about, but there's some others as well, including PRK, photorefractive keratectomy, and a newer type of refractive surgery called SMILE, which stands for small incision lenticular extraction. What that means to say is it's a much smaller part of the cornea being removed and still achieving the same effect to change the patient's prescription by changing the shape of the cornea.
Experience the Midwestern difference in vision care, adult and pediatric eye exams, designer eyewear, dry eye treatment, and ophthalmology services. Conveniently located in Glendale near 59th Avenue in Utopia. Visit MWUclinics.com. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare.
Hey, it's Brewmed. I'm with Dan from Creative Environments, Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. What are the latest trends in outdoor living spaces heading into the winter?
It's outdoor luxury living. Kitchens, spas, lawn areas for gatherings, pickleball courts, fountains. It truly is an outdoor living experience. Very, very driven and client specific is where we're focused.
Go to creativeenvironments.com. That's creativeenvironments.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The federal government must use billions in a contingency fund to keep SNAP benefits going during the government shutdown, according to 2 federal judges. Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego spoke at a St. Mary's Volunteer Center earlier today before that ruling came down.
If a solution is not reached in Washington, D.C. or in the courts, this will be an emergency. It will be a crisis.
1 in 8 Arizonans get SNAP benefits. The program costs the country $8.5 billion a month. And with a little over $5 billion in the contingency fund, it will likely take some time to calculate and distribute partial benefits for the month of November. A growing number of flights around the country are being disrupted by weather and the federal government shutdown. As of this afternoon, there were more than 3,000 delays and several hundred cancellations. ABC News transportation reporter Sam Sweeney is in Washington.
Ground delays, ground stops because of staffing shortages in airports like Phoenix, Dallas, JFK, Houston, Nashville. These are all across the country at facilities that control airspace for multiple states. So if you have just a few controllers calling out, you are affecting flights in large swaths of the country.
Well, talk about timing. The corpse flower is in bloom, and it's sending out its death-like scent on Halloween at the New York Botanical Garden. Thousands of visitors are there to get a peek and a whiff. NYBG's resident horticulturist Mark Hakadurian told us the Amorphophallus titanium, which is its horticulture name, gives off a noxious stench in order to attract beetles and flies.
So it puts this fragrance out there as an advertisement to entice pollinators into the bloom. They think they're getting a meal by feasting on rotting flesh, but in turn, they're just pollinating a plant.
Another unique fact about the corpse flower is it doesn't have a blooming season like most flowers, meaning it's unpredictable. And it's short, lasting only 24 to 48 hours. If you'd like to see it but want to skip the smell, the New York Botanical Garden is currently live streaming the event for the brief bloom. Let's see how our traffic's rolling this afternoon with John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, good Friday afternoon and happy Halloween, Becky Lynn. It looks like some folks are trying to move out of the downtown area, maybe get home a little early for the trick-or-treaters. And we do have some slowing in a couple of main lines this afternoon. We had a stalled vehicle on the westbound side of I-10 right near 7th Street, just prior to the Deck Park Tunnel, just past the mini stack, and that's always busy this time of afternoon. So we've got slowing coming in on the westbound 202 starting at 32nd Street. Had an early earlier crash on the west side, northbound Loop 202, South Mountain Freeway, right near Van Buren there. That's in the clearing stages, but you've got some slowing as you transition to the westbound I-10, and also seen a little bit of slowing on the southbound 101, the Agua Fria Freeway from Indian School Road down to the transition to the eastbound I-10. Traffic is brought to you by America Roofing. Choose America Roofing, Arizona's largest roofer, A-plus with the BBB, and the winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
Heading for 88 degrees for a high temp today with an overnight low of 63 and in the mid to upper 80s the rest of the weekend. It's 85 right now in Apache Junction. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hope you guys had a great weekend. Coming up Monday, Mike is back, and we have AG Chris Mays in studio ahead of her lawsuits going to SCOTUS. We hope to see you guys then.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. On air, online, and on the KTAR News app, and streaming live on the KTAR News YouTube channel. Active chat on the channel today as well. Would love if you got in on that chat. A number of people with some thoughts, not only on Joe's appearance today, but also on the topic of the government shutdown, SNAP benefits being lost, and so on and so forth. I did see a number of places are stepping up. Joe, you made mention of one of the restaurants. I know we had a story on the Pemberton bar space. Is that right?
Yep. The Pemberton is doing it. You can get 2 tacos and some chips. If you present a SNAP card down there, they're handing out 2 tacos and chips to each person with a SNAP card. And I was remarking to our producer today, Jania, I said, that is awesome that they are doing that. But the bummer is they even mentioned that the Pemberton only serves people who are 21 plus, and there are so many kids who need the assistance right now, who have the SNAP cards, that I would hope that there are other restaurants that step up, that partner with food banks, grocery stores, that do whatever they can do to get them the assistance they need as well.
I do have a little concern that news came out today that said that the 2 judges said that the administration has to use contingency funds and fund SNAP benefits.
Mm-hmm.
So is that going to turn some other people off from helping out? I mean, are they going to say, well, it's fixed now, we don't need to help out? That worries me a little bit.
I mean, yeah, it certainly could turn some people off, but I am pleasantly surprised and very happy at what I've seen just going through KTAR.com as you look at the number of organizations that are stepping up, that are offering as much assistance as they possibly can, and not just with food. I've seen some others out there, some like credit institutions saying, "Hey, we'll provide assistance. We'll hit pause on you paying us the money that you owe us back on certain things," and doing what they can do as well.
Yeah, in fact, I just pulled up my Navy Federal account. They've got a big alert on the top. Mm-hmm. If you're a member who's enrolled in the government shutdown assistance program affecting people, you're good to go. If you haven't enrolled, you may be impacted. Check your eligibility here. So they're trying to help out people where they can.
So Wells Fargo, Chase, I know PayPal is trying to do some things as well.
Yeah. Imagine if you are someone who relies on some of these benefits and your budget is tight. And you and I have done a number of shows talking about how tight people's budgets are right now, paycheck to paycheck, right? You still got a car payment due, right? So now it's a question of, do I make my car payment or do I feed my kids? So Toyota, Hyundai, Kia, Ford, and GM Financial all providing payment extensions or deferrals on auto loans and leases for federal workers. So that's good. Mm-hmm. AT&T and other mobile carriers offering bill extensions and waived late fees. We talk about the SNAP benefits, but also the government shutdown continues, and that means we're coming up on a second missed paycheck for a number of these government employees, which we talked about the largest employers in the state yesterday. Amazon's the 3rd largest employer. I think the government is number 1 or maybe number 2. It's pretty sizable anyway.
Yeah.
So there's an awful lot of people who are going completely without. DoorDash is doing their emergency food response, donating 1 million meals through food banks and waiving delivery and service fees for up to 300,000 grocery orders for SNAP recipients. So if you are one of those who are stuck inside, I made mention of the quote from the New York Times that older Americans that can't light up at food pantries or get a second job are, quote, just praying. There may be some help to get some of that food delivered right now, too.
You mentioned the veterans a little earlier as well, and how they are disproportionately reliant on SNAP compared to the rest of those of us in the country. VA coordinators in Phoenix are also running mobile food pantry vans to try to reach the 30,000 plus veterans who rely on SNAP here in Arizona.
And you made mention of that, and I happen to see there was a story that was talking about how if you have a van and you can help, the food banks would like your help in delivering some of that food. So there is an opportunity for you as an individual to be able to volunteer a little bit of your time, a little bit of your gas money. If you're not being affected, this is a chance for you to do something. And going into the holidays, I think suddenly our hearts start to open up a little bit for people. So if you can, this may be a great opportunity for you to do that.
And hopefully, we do get a ruling quickly. We talked to our legal analyst, Barry Markson, just a few minutes ago, and we get some clarity on exactly what's going to happen with SNAP here when the clock strikes tomorrow.
Yeah, I was reading some other stories too, and Barry was saying he thinks that they could move somewhat quickly or restore that money somewhat quickly, although one of the stories from, in fact, it was a KTAR news story, was talking about how even if the government comes back on Monday and says, okay, we're going to open up the contingency funds and we're going to resupply those SNAP benefit cards, which work like a debit card for those that are unfamiliar. It's not the old days where you had to wait for the food stamps to show up in the mail. It's like a direct deposit on a debit card, basically. They said still, though, it can take a week or two. So what do you do in the meantime? I mean, if you're somebody who qualifies for SNAP benefits because of disability or because of income level, and basically if you're a single person making less than $30,000 a year, that's what it takes to qualify. What do you do in the meantime?
I would say you get to the food bank. You reach out to your friends, family. You do everything you can do. I mean, you have to eat and you have to feed your kids. I mean, you lean on these places that we just mentioned that are doing what they can to provide assistance. And please, I cannot say strongly enough, do not be afraid to stick your hand up and say, hey, I need assistance. That's
the worst part.
That was the toughest thing that I learned volunteering at the food bank is just how many people need help who are ashamed to come in and say, hey, I need food this month. I don't have enough money to get by. We're going to try to reconnect with Chris right there. It looks like the digital gods zapped him for just a moment. But yeah, so there are a number of institutions out there who are reaching out, which is tremendous, and we could not be happier about that. But if you do need help right now, please do everything you can to reach out, make sure to get help. And hey, SNAP benefits, they might vanish November 1st, but don't worry. Senate Republicans, they've got a plan. Pass that legislation the Democrats have wanted for years, and the GOP's always opposed as a threat to democracy. Problem solved, right? Well, what Senator Sinema warned about is coming to fruition. See how it plays out next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
So when our weather turns, right, and it's time to turn on the heat, is our system ready? I know at Casa Calvici, I'm asking myself, am I sure? Because right now, day and night, air conditioning, heating, and plumbing, they're offering a heating tune-up for just $59. That's right, a heating tune-up, just $59 to make sure your system is ready before we flip that switch. A limited time offer, a heating tune-up at dayandnightair.com. Look, we've used Day and Night for years. They've been serving the Valley for 4 decades. A 4.9 Google rating based on over 8,500 reviews. I know from experience, best-in-class warranties, upfront pricing, honest, skilled, reliable, and right now you can schedule a heating tune-up for just $59. Call 480-344-0082. 480-344-0082. Conditions apply. Be sure before you flip that switch, get a heating tune-up for just $59 at dayandnightair.com.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:44. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The head of the FBI says the Bureau has prevented a terror attack in Michigan.
The FBI director tweeting this morning that they thwarted a potential terror attack over Halloween weekend, and he thanked the men and women from the FBI. He said that the FBI arrested multiple subjects in Michigan, and our affiliate saw some FBI agents outside of homes in Dearborn, Michigan. The FBI in Detroit confirmed that that action was happening in the cities of Dearborn and Inkster. There is currently no threat, according to the spokesperson.
That's ABC's Luke Barr. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. 88 should be our high today, and then 63 tonight with a high on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday in the mid to upper 80s. It's going to be pretty much the same. Nice. Right now it's 88 in Peoria. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
You know, you've been ignoring your home long enough. Give your palace the attention it deserves and start with those nasty windows. You got drafts sneaking in, right? Your panes are getting fogged up like a bad shower mirror. Your frames are twisting like they're being tortured on the rack. You see it. We all see it. This November, your house gets the gift it actually needs. New windows from Advanced Window Products. The Black Friday sale runs all through November. And when you buy 10 or more, you're going to pocket the biggest discount of the year. This is the biggest I've ever seen them give. $3,500 off 10 windows or more. How great is that? With Advanced Windows made right here in the Valley for the Valley. They build the windows. They install the windows. They guarantee them for life. There's no middleman markups, no subcontractors ghosting you halfway through the job. Just a local Arizona crew, family-owned since 1986, doing everything in-house. And because they make those windows, top-quality windows right here in the Valley, you get the best warranty. Labor, parts, even glass breakage covered for life. The national guys can't even pretend to match that. From factory to front door in 8 weeks or less, financing that feels like a holiday bonus. Payments as low as $150 a month and 0% interest with approved credit. Stop roasting in your own living room and invest in your number one asset, your home. Call 480-764-2002. Made in the Valley for the Valley. That's 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002 or at advancedwindows.com.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Hey y'all, it's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics 602-691-6641. That's 602-691-6641. 602-691-6641.
It's the final weekend of the biggest savings event of the year. AutoNation's annual Sell Down. Buy with zero down. We're selling down new cars, trucks, SUVs and crossovers, hybrids, EVs, even luxury models. Save thousands now and buy with zero down. Don't wait. The Sell Down ends this weekend. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation dealership. Shop AutoNation.com.
Financing for a limited term on approved above average credit plus tax, take title and fees. See store for details.
Happy Halloween! And I'm contractually obligated to participate in the Outspoken Creep Show today at 5. Scare us for prizes? Seriously, whose idea was this? It's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Streaming live in the KTAR News YouTube channel. I want to invite you to join us on the YouTube channel. Robust conversation happening in the chat there today, and we do appreciate everybody that is taking part in that. I'd love to see that take off. I really like to see that chat get lively.
Get chatty.
I love that. Love that.
Chris, you just heard Bruce mention it just now. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos gets haunted tonight. It's the Outspoken Creep Show. We want you to share your real-life supernatural story tonight at 5 o'clock for your chance to scare Bruce and Gatos for prizes. You could win tickets to the Hondo Rodeo Festival, Dreamy Draw Music Festival, Cirque du Soleil, or the Innings Festival. Scare them for prizes, 5 o'clock.
You know, we made mention in the last segment about how we're moving money around, or we're going to have to move money around to fund SNAP, according to a couple of federal judges. But, of course, there's money for resuming nuclear missile tests, which I got to tell you, I'm not opposed to that. You know, if you need to test things, I guess. I think it's a lot of saber rattling because I feel like our nuclear arsenal works pretty well.
We'll see if we're even going to do it. It could just be a lot of tough talk.
Could be. And it might be just to try to scare China with negotiations going on there. We no idea. But there's another nuclear plan in place. Did you see what this is?
The nuclear option?
Yes. Are you familiar with how the nuclear option works?
It is a simple majority. You go from what in the Senate is currently 60 votes to get things passed to just a simple 50+1.
So why is it called the nuclear option then? Isn't that just majority rules?
It is majority rules, but so I feel like it's the nuclear option because it would nuke the filibuster and what's currently in place, and it would get rid of the current way in which they conduct order.
You got it. Yeah, and it takes away what basically has been around for 100 years in making sure that the world's greatest deliberative body moves slowly. That's not unintentional, right? That's not a mistake that it's supposed to move slowly. What I think is really ironic about this, now the president says, invoke the nuclear option, get rid of the filibuster, and then I can have the budget that I want, right?
Yeah, what's ironic about that?
Well, the Democrats wanted to do this very thing during the Obama administration, and they fell 2 votes short. Senator Manchin from West Virginia and Senator Kyrsten Sinema from Arizona voted it down.
They were the two who kind of saved things and kept the filibuster in place.
Yeah. And if you'll recall, the Republicans said, no, we have to maintain it. Of course, they didn't want the legislation at the time that the Democrats were pushing for, which was a voting rights bill. So they said, no, you can't blow up Senate tradition. You can't do that. That's not allowable. And Sinema voted against ending the filibuster. And some might argue that was basically the end of her elected political career because she upset too many people on the left. I know she was an independent at the time, but she upset too many people, and they thought, well, she's not going to be able to win re-election. And, of course, she stepped away from the Senate, didn't run for re-election anyway. But some say, well, that was it. She wanted that to be kind of her John McCain moment where, the thumbs down for rescinding the Obamacare thing that John McCain did, and people were thinking, is she trying to capture a John McCain moment out of this? So had she not voted that down, the government would be open, and if you're a Democrat who wants to see Obamacare continue to get funded at the levels it was during the pandemic, you wouldn't be getting what you wanted. So was she ahead of her time? And what's going on with the Democrats who are now opposing ending the filibuster? Because it was just a couple of years ago that they wanted to end the filibuster. Now they're like, no, you can't end the filibuster. That would be bad.
Well, how many examples can you think of where one side of the aisle does this to the other all the time, and it only takes 2, 4, 6 years, and all of a sudden the other side of the aisle is screaming, no, you can't do that, and then the shoe's on the other foot, and it's, we've got to do it now, and that's what ticks me off so much about all of this. What was the first part of your question again?
I don't know.
It was something about, like, it wasn't, would this be a good idea to end the filibuster? Because my answer to that is no. I'm always in favor of trying to find compromise, and the filibuster forces compromise. It certainly is ironic, though, and I hope that there are enough Republicans who stand up to the president on this and say, no, you know what, we need to keep this in place because not so long ago did we hear this from the Democrats, and we recognized it was a bad idea then.
Yeah, and I think there's going to be a number of Republicans that are going to do that. I think this is one that you're going to get your way on this one, Joe. I believe that's going to happen.
Love to get my way.
I know you do. All right, this year you decided you weren't going to let Ted from the corner of the cul-de-sac have the best Halloween showcase this year, so you went all in. Now your neighbors hate you. How to be cool without having the police called is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Teeth ground sharp and eyes glowing red.
I am the one hiding under
It's Gatos, and the holidays are coming fast. You know I trust the Arizona Painting Company, and now's the time to get your home holiday ready. And if you're like me, you want your home looking its best when family and friends show up. That's why I recommend Arizona Painting Company. They do incredible work. I've seen it myself. They just painted the interior of my home. Last summer, they painted the exterior of my home. I love these guys, and you will too. And right now, they're offering you 15% off your next painting project if you mention Gatos. The best part is, if you book now, your project will be done by Thanksgiving. Freshly painted and ready for guests. Arizona Painting Company has been trusted across the valley for years, and they'll make your home look amazing. To take advantage of this before the holidays sneak up on you, just text the word paint to 620-620 and schedule your free estimate. Don't wait. Text paint to 620-620 and schedule your free estimate today. Arizona Painting Company. We paint it. You'll love it.
Message and data rates may apply.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, when it's time to ride, Arizona, time to tackle all the AZ has to offer, you know what's made for the desert, a Bronco or Bronco Sport at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Take that 2025 Ford Bronco, engineered to dominate. The Bronco off-road racing legacy, it's made on meticulous design, merciless testing, from rock-crawling showdowns to grueling desert courses. It is Ford performance at its best. Even better, right now, get $399 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,709 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend SUV. Or check out the Bronco Sport, because right now get $299 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,219 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend SUV. Both exclude taxes, titles, and license fees. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels right here on KTAR every Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. for Kenny's Insights and The Gold Show on KTAR.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with the Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving,
you've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Meet Barkley. When Barkley smells gas, he leaves fast. When Barkley hears hissing coming from a gas appliance, he leaves fast. When Barkley sees dirt or water shooting from the ground, he leaves fast. Barkley then calls 911 and Southwest Gas from a safe location.
Did that dog just grab a phone and dial 911?
Gas lines can be buried anywhere, so remember to call 911 and Southwest Gas.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
You know what? We get it. In today's real estate market, it really feels impossible to know when to finally get off the fence. And the pressure of making the right decision at the wrong time could cost you some real money. Well, here's the deal. Lund Mortgage makes it very easy with their free mortgage rate tracking tool that tracks real interest rates to fit your specific situation. Then when the right rate hits, you're going to get the heads up so you can move forward with confidence. You owe it to yourself to visit lundmortgage.com today.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It is 3 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. The federal government must use billions in a contingency fund to keep the SNAP benefits going during the government shutdown, according to 2 federal judges. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the news center to give us the details.
Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego spoke at a St. Mary's Volunteer Center earlier today before the ruling came down.
If a solution is not reached in Washington, D.C. or in the courts, this will be an emergency. It will be a crisis.
1 in 8 Arizonans receive SNAP benefits. The program costs the country $8.5 billion a month, and with a little over $5 billion in the contingency fund, it will likely take some time to calculate and distribute partial benefits for the month of November. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
It's time for President Trump to step up. That's the word from Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs, who turned quite emotional today when talking about potential interruptions for food assistance and Head Start programs.
People are going without paychecks that rely on those paychecks across the state, across the country. This is unthinkable, and Washington needs to fix this.
The governor says the president should bring both sides to the table to work out a solution for this continuing federal government shutdown. President Trump gaggled with reporters on the West Palm Beach Airport tarmac after his Air Force One flight from the White House to Florida, responding to the government shutdown, which is now in day number 31. With Democrats not willing to vote for a stopgap spending bill until Trump enacted cuts to health care premium subsidies are reversed.
Obamacare has turned out to be a disaster, as I've been saying for years. It can be fixed or redone. People don't get good health care, and their premiums go up every single year. So we should change it.
The Arizona Cardinals will get an extra day before they come off their bye week. They'll take on the Dallas Cowboys in the national spotlight on Monday night.
When you look at this matchup coming up, the big thing that stands out to me, the Cowboys defense might be the worst in the league, especially against the pass.
Tyler Drake with Arizonasports.com tells Arizona's Morning News there are still some questions about whether or not quarterback Kyler Murray will be able to return. But given how the Cowboys' defense has struggled, this would be the perfect time for Murray to get back on the field. Police in Northern California are looking for priceless pieces of California history that belonged to a museum.
It was nowhere nearly as sophisticated as a heist at the Louvre, but police in Oakland say thieves broke into a storage facility and stole over 1,000 items from the Museum of California. How they got in still is not clear. Historical items like jewelry, Native American baskets, ivory tusks, and photographs were taken. Ronnie Walker is president of the Art Legacy Institute. He says stealing artifacts is one thing, but often the thieves get caught trying to make money off of them.
They often don't know how to sell them.
The theft happened earlier this month, but the museum says police told them to stay quiet to not jeopardize a case. Alex Stone, EBC News.
Time for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's October 31st, and back on this day in 2010, The Walking Dead premiered on AMC. Days Gone By. That was the title of episode 1 of the American post-apocalyptic horror drama. The series features a large ensemble cast as survivors of a zombie apocalypse trying to stay alive under near constant threat of attacks from zombies known as walkers. With how popular it was and is, you've probably seen an episode or two. The Walking Dead became known as AMC's flagship series. It's attracted the most 18 to 49-year-old viewers of any cable or broadcast television series ever. The Walking Dead was nominated for Best New Series by the Writers Guild of America Awards and Best Television Series Drama by the 68th Golden Globe Awards. And the series was named one of the top 10 television programs of 2010 by the American Film Institute. Due to its popularity, The Walking Dead has inspired dozens of parodies and spoofs, and it premiered back on this day in 2010.
Let's hope it's not too scary on the roads out there this afternoon. Here's John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Well, it is getting a little busier. I think folks are trying to make it home to get ready for the trick-or-treaters. We've got a crash off right on the westbound Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway, right near the 32nd Street on-ramp there. Again, it is off to the right, but we have our normal afternoon slowing coming into the mini stack. Also a crash on the northbound Loop 202 South Mountain Freeway, right near Van Buren. We've got slowing all the way back to Buckeye as you head northbound. Surface Street's also busy. New crash in Scottsdale, 142nd Street and Shea Boulevard. Indian School Road east of 57th Avenue, a crash there. 83rd Avenue in Missouri, that's the half-miler between Camelback and Bethany Home Road. That is a 3-in-1 medical, very serious crash there. And a crash in Peoria this afternoon, Peoria just west of 83rd Avenue. John Roller, KTAR News.
Looking for an overnight low of 63 degrees. Saturday's high about 89. Same on Sunday. It's 86 right now in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga.
It's the Chris and Joe Show.
KTAR News.
Happy Halloween. We are just half an hour away from finding out how you are probably destroying the economy. It's your fault. You'll find out in our headline volley that's coming up after Becky Lynn's 3:30 news. Joe, I heard the boys yesterday on Outspoken talking about the Halloween decorations getting too scary.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. You know, Bruce scares easily.
Yeah, he does not like to. He loves movies, but he won't go see the scary ones.
Right. My wife made me watch a scary movie last night.
How'd that go?
It wasn't a very good movie. It was so boring, I left.
Do you remember what movie it was?
It was called Weapons.
Not
and I
familiar.
started looking up reviews, and people are like, "This is the greatest horror movie. Oh, this is what finally suspense is back." And then other people were like, "This is crap. This takes too long. Who decided to greenlight this hot mess?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's me."
So
I'm in that boat.
I'm cool. I mean, you tell me like what kind of horror I'm into, because I always say I don't like the torture stuff where people have like eyeballs hanging out.
Right.
But I can get through Saw.
No.
I really
that's the torture stuff.
But there's other stuff like with the Terrifier franchise. That stuff I will not go see.
So that's what they would call the torture porn, right? And Saw really started that whole thing. Yeah, no, I didn't like Saw because it was a psychological.
I like those.
Scaring. Yeah, no. Psychological is fine. It's when it's psychological that meets pain,
bloody and nasty.
Yeah, I don't like that at all.
I'm into like the Halloweens. I like that. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I'm good, but I don't need to see someone running around with their eyeball hanging out of the socket.
So I'm okay with the gratuitous gore as long as it's so gratuitous that I don't have a problem with my suspension of disbelief. Like if it's so over the top, to me, that's just humorous. And I go, okay, I'm watching a movie. It's when I get sucked in and I actually feel empathy for the characters that I go, this is too much. I don't want to see that. Right?
Also,
that's what worries me.
The ghost stuff also freaks me out sometimes if it's done. Yeah. It like The Exorcist, I don't need to see someone puking and their head spinning around.
But you were raised a good Catholic boy, too.
No, but I don't feel like it's a cult or anything like that. I just feel like it just...
No, I didn't say you're a cult. No.
I said a cult.
Oh, I see. A cult.
What was the movie? It was about a little girl who had like multiple personalities. It was like Tabitha or something like that. I can't remember what it was called. That movie, we had to watch it in psychology. That movie freaked me out.
Was it like a documentary?
It was a TV movie. I remember that.
Sybil. Wasn't it
Sybil?
Sybil.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
No,
okay.
that movie, no. Do not want to watch that ever again in my life. Like, no.
No.
Freaky.
I never saw it. Was it scary? Or was it just somebody battling multiple personalities?
She had like 21 personalities or something like that, and some of them were bad and some were good. One of the scariest movies I ever saw was The Orphan. Did you ever see The Orphan?
No.
Oh my gosh, that was so scary. It's a woman who looks like a little girl and she gets adopted, but she's actually a grown woman. She just looks like a little girl.
Oh.
And she's evil.
Ugh, that's creepy.
It was really creepy.
Yeah.
And I had to watch it in Spanish and read and with subtitles because it was a Spanish assignment for my daughter in high school. And it was
Wait a minute.
It was still scary.
Hold on. They made your daughter watch a horror movie in high school?
In Spanish. Yes. She had to watch it in Spanish.
Wait a minute.
That was the assignment. I'm not kidding you.
Do you think that happens in Mexico City where kids are taking an English class and they have to watch Saw?
Now you will watch Freddy versus Jason.
Right. Yeah. Listen, ¿Por qué Halloween Part 3? No. No. That's weird.
It was an excellent demonstration of your Spanish skills there, by the way.
That's all I got. Yeah, that's... No, I have no more. I did see that a number of box stores are rolling out advanced animatronics for their Halloween decorations. Life-size props, programmable sound rigs that mimic human movement and speech. And some people are freaking out. Municipal hotlines and several homeowners associations report a jump in noise complaints and calls about frightening displays near family blocks. Realistic gore, heavy animatronics, and exposed wiring raising hazards for kids. I love the ones where somebody there's a guy, I saw it on Instagram or something, and he had animatronics, so it looked like he was hanging lights from his roof, but the ladder fell.
Oh boy.
And the legs kept kicking back and forth, right? And I guess that the police had a number of calls that were like, oh my gosh, there's a guy hanging from his roof. We've got to help him.
I've seen a few stories like that. Did you see?
Those.
There was one, it wasn't an Arizona story, where someone made it look like the inside of their house was on fire. And I guess a number of people drove by, and some even felt it was so lifelike that they were calling 911. My neighbors have a display somewhat like that. It doesn't look like the whole house is ablaze, but it definitely looks like lights are kind of flickering on the inside where you could mistake it for some kind of fire, I guess, but it's done on a much smaller scale.
Do you know my concern with that is, what if my house actually does catch on fire? Right? What if there is a fire and somebody's driving by and they go, "Oh, that's a neat."
That's a really lifelike display.
Yeah, that one worries. That's a little boy who cried wolf for me. I'm not really crazy about that. I do think though that the people complaining about the displays, maybe just don't worry about it.
No,
maybe just stop complaining.
I think more than that. I think they're kind of Halloweenies, if you ask me.
All right.
Like, I'm cool if you're just into Casper the Friendly Ghost and the Wicked Witch and the not so scary stuff. That's fine.
Yeah.
But if you have kids that are so spooked by this stuff, I feel like in general it is your job as a parent to go the other way. Make sure to go around it, or complain to your HOA if you have an HOA.
No, don't complain to the HOA.
Well,
HOA has enough. No, HOA has enough ungranted power, self-appointed power.
Well, good news. I don't live in an HOA community, so people can put up whatever the heck they want. But I feel like this falls on the parents, and to sit down and have a discussion, or just, again, keep it away from your kids if that's how you feel about it. But it's not, I haven't seen anything so scary that I'm like, oh my goodness, we must step in and ban the neighbor's display.
Is there a point to be made, for the sake of conversation, because I'm kind of with you on that, but is there a point to be made where if you live near, say, a school, and parents can't avoid taking your kids through there, right, or a park, I mean, do we need to have scare-free school zones?
Well, as we were looking through that story from the New York Times that touched on this, there is a dad who says that there's an inflatable 4-foot-long demo zombie baby with blood all over his face and creepy veins, and it looks possessed. And he said initially he'd walk next to the stroller so his son couldn't see it, but now he takes a different path. I mean, doesn't there always have to be, or isn't there almost always another way to go? Like, and could the display be that scary?
Well, did you see some of the photos? New York Times had the story. Some of the photos, there's one guy who looks like he's being disemboweled in somebody's front yard. I mean, that's pretty graphic.
I like the one with the popcorn display with the guy's head looking up.
Head in the popcorn machine. But also, I mean, there are other photos where there are young kids who are like, this is great. Yeah. I mean, I think it's incumbent upon the parents to explain to the kids the holiday and what it's about and maybe, ruin the illusion for the sake of understanding the whole practice, right?
I think it depends.
It's kind of like what I was saying about that suspension of disbelief. If you know it's not real, then you can tolerate a whole lot more.
I think it depends when you see it for the first time, too. If you see 99% of these things and it's daylight, I don't think you're nearly as spooked. If you put some creepy music on and it's pitch black out, think about walking through a haunted house. What makes it haunted? It's that it's pitch black, there's creepy music, people are screaming. But if you walk through there in the middle of the day and there was no music, no screaming, no nothing, you'd be like, oh, okay.
Hey, did you do the Arizona Political Podcast? Did you tell people about that?
Tell me about it.
Oh, good. Okay, well,
I saw Jim Sharp today.
Yeah. Oh, but that's the guy, too. Yeah. Arizona Politics, no spin, just straight talk, the Arizona Political Podcast with Jim Sharp, breaking down the headlines, the interviews, the insiders, and keeping you informed on political breaking news in Arizona. A new episode is out now. Watch on the KTAR News YouTube channel or listen wherever you get your podcasts. Now, you're not going to believe how much people are turning their yards into mini theme parks this year. It's not just about things being too scary. It's getting more and more elaborate, and your neighbor might even be financing it. It must be nice to be rich. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:16. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Attorney General Chris Mays with a win in court as two federal judges ruled the Trump administration has to keep funding the SNAP food assistance program. In a statement, the AG's office says this order, quote, makes it clear the U.S. Department of Agriculture has to use emergency funds for SNAP. This week, she joined a coalition of more than 20 other AGs arguing the program must be funded during the government shutdown. We're going to hear more from Chris Mays today, and we will bring you the very latest. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check on traffic with John Roller, who is live now in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Right now, Becky Lynn, we've got a crash involving a motorcycle in Surprise, just coming in 219th Avenue and Sun Valley Parkway. Another very serious crash this afternoon. It's being called out as a 3-in-1 medical. 23rd Avenue and Turney, that is just north of Indian School Road. 83rd Avenue in Missouri, look for a crash with injuries there. That's the half-miler between Camelback and Bethany Home Road. Indian School Road, east of 57th Avenue, a crash there, and a crash in Scottsdale this afternoon, 142nd Street and Shea Boulevard. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement, Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR. John Roller, KTAR News.
Looking ahead to trick-or-treat time tonight by about 7 o'clock. About 77 degrees and then cooling into the low 70s by 9. Right now it's 86 in Chandler. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
I'm LaDonna Harvey after a betting controversy knocks the NBA sideways. Should we be betting on elections? I mean, really, what could go wrong? Find out Monday morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News.
You're going into debt, and billionaires are getting billionaire-y. That is coming up in our headline volley right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 news. Shout out to Sun Lakes. Can't thank you enough for being a part of the show in Sun Lakes. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, and on the KTAR News YouTube channel. You can also grab us on the app and take us wherever you go. Basically, we just try to find a way to, be wherever you are.
Mm-hmm.
It's our whole thing. Halloween decor spending this year is way up skis. Although I did see Hershey's is warning that the candy sales are down for them. Obviously, that has to do with the cocoa tariffs and blah, blah, blah. But Halloween decor spending is up. What uncertainty in the economy? No. Americans expected to spend $4.2 billion on Halloween decorations this year. Wow. That is a $1.6 billion increase since prior to the pandemic.
No, it's up. It's a couple billion increase. It was $1.6 billion just before the pandemic.
Yes. 78% of Halloween shoppers plan to purchase decor this year. That's up from 72 in 2019, making decorations more popular than costumes among consumers celebrating the holiday. I think that surprised me the most, Joe. And maybe it shouldn't. Maybe I should probably reflect on the idea that for people who don't want to dress up, they are still happy to put out an inflatable in their yard or hang some lights in their windows.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not dressing up, but my son hung some purple and orange lights in our window. So
okay.
I guess you could put me in that category as well. Where decorating is more popular than dressing up for Halloween. I was surprised to see that.
I've seen the stat before, though, too, that don't people spend more on their pets on Halloween than themselves? Like for pet costumes and things like that as well?
Yeah, pet costumes are going crazy.
Yeah.
That's like the biggest area for growth right now is pet costumes.
Chris, you said, economy, or how did you phrase it? You didn't say economy be damned. What was your phrasing?
Yeah, what uncertainty, right, in the economy?
So, but is this proof of that K-shaped recovery curve? Is it people who have a lot of money who are spending it on Halloween and having fun? Or do you think it is also some of the middle and lower class who are saying, gosh, I just want to have one freaking day where I can smile and do something fun and not have to worry about making my car payment or struggling to get by?
That's a really good question. And the numbers might give us, we might be able to infer a few things from the numbers, but they certainly are not definite. And, and the reason I say that is with spending being up basically 50% in the last 6 years, right? You might be able to say, well, that's because wealthy people are spending more money. But remember, I also made mention that it's 78% of Halloween shoppers that are buying decor. That's up from 72%.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going from nearly 1 in 4 to nearly 1 in, from near, whatever it is, 1 in 4 to 4 out of 5, I guess. 3 out of 4, 4 out of 5, whatever the numbers. Anyway, more people are buying decorations.
Yeah.
Don't make me do math on a Friday, Joe.
Don't
make me do that.
You arbitrarily decided all on your own to try to do the math.
I shouldn't have done that, Joe.
So, yeah, I think you raise a really good point there. And are the Home Depots of the world the cause of this when they brought the 12-foot skeleton Skelly onto the scene with the $300 price tag? So now you get some of the competition with your neighbors. If they have the $5,000 display, well, you look like a total loser if you've got nothing out there. So you want to at least have something in the front yard, even if it is just an inflatable pumpkin.
Yeah, that could be. You might be onto it. Or it could be that we spent $300 on Skelly, and now we're going to put a different costume on Skelly this year. That's the kind of thing my wife would do. She'd spend stupid money on a giant display, and then she'd go, what are we going to do different with it this year?
Or go out and buy the dog that can go next to Skelly.
Yeah. Skelly... Fido.
Skelido.
Yeah, there's something there. I just don't know what it is. I did see that people are spending like a ton of money, $4,000 or more on pallets of pumpkins. They're making pumpkinscapes, not landscapes, pumpkinscapes. So they're pumpkinscaping their homes.
Yeah, you couldn't do that out here.
No, it would melt.
Well, and the javelina would eat it.
That's a good point. They go bad very quickly. I suppose you could do plastics.
Mm-hmm.
I can't see spending that much money on produce I don't plan on eating, because it's not going to hold for next year.
So is it all pumpkins, or is it like stalks of corn and things like that? Or
well, that's also produce. Yeah, I mean it's everything. It's the whole Halloween decor. It's the whole fall Halloween decor. So you're gonna have the stalks and the corns and the gourds and the pumpkins, obviously, and everything else. It's just that feels very wasteful to me.
I definitely think that is the affluent who are putting that up.
Yeah.
And if you have that kind of money, don't do that. Just why not just give the kids a bigger candy bar or a couple?
How'd you like to be somebody that's about to lose their SNAP benefits, and you go out and you see somebody that's got $4,000 worth of produce sitting on their porch that's just going to go bad?
I would egg that house.
You can't afford the eggs. They just took your SNAP benefits away, Joe.
I would steal the
imaginary
egg. I would TP that house.
That's you're going to need that. You might have to eat your TP. If you're a government employee who's missing paychecks, you might be turning to another source to help you bridge your budget until you get back to work. Sadly, you're contributing to a growing national number that could spell disaster for the economy. What you're doing is in our headline volley, and it's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona is finally cooling off, but before you kick on the heat, make sure your system is ready. Parker & Sons has been keeping Valley homes comfortable for over 50 years, and their fall HVAC tune-up is fast, affordable, and can save you from a chilly surprise. Call Parker & Sons because comfort specialist isn't just a slogan, it's a promise. Call Parker at 602-2-REPAIR, that's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
At KTAR News, we stand with those who've served, and we're proud to support the Pat Tillman Foundation. Named for Arizona's own hero, the foundation empowers Tillman scholars, veterans, and military spouses who are leading the charge in medicine, education, public service, and beyond. KTAR News and your Valley Chevy dealers salutes the Pat Tillman Foundation and every scholar shaping a better tomorrow. Because honoring service means investing in the future. Learn more at pattillmanfoundation.org.
It's the final weekend of the biggest savings event of the year. AutoNation's annual Sell Down. Buy with zero down. We're selling down new cars, trucks, SUVs and crossovers, hybrids, EVs, even luxury models. Save thousands now and buy with zero down. Don't wait. The Sell Down ends this weekend. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation dealership. Shop AutoNation.com.
Financing for a limited term on approved above-average credit plus tax, tag, title, and fees. See store for details.
Swapping out your tires? There's nothing like it. With eBay, you find the feel you're looking for. From smooth highway rides to grip for rough terrain. Get all the tires you need at prices you'll love. eBay. Things people love.
I love him to death, but he's dumber than a bag of rocks. And he hollers from his car, Ingval! Was you all dressed up, stupid? It ain't Sunday. I said, Jimmy, we're going to Mr. Howard's funeral. And he goes, oh, hell. Did he die?
Bill Engvall, here's your sign. It wasn't my time.
I said, no, but he ain't feeling good, so we're having a dress rehearsal.
November 2nd, Salt River Grand Ballroom at Talking Stick Resort. Tickets on sale now at TalkingStickResort.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Is every step or reach a reminder of what hurts? A reminder of what you're not able to do and how far you've drifted from the life without pain? Well, do I have good news for you? Because relief is closer than you think. At QC Kinetics, we tap into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery. Just your body remembering how to feel alive again. Let QC Kinetics regain what pain took away. And this Veterans Day, QC Kinetics is giving back to our heroes. Veterans will get $500 off their treatment, and for every non-veteran who starts care, QC Kinetics will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. It's a great time to book your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News now.
We're coming up on 3:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. As two federal judges say the Trump administration needs to keep the SNAP program funded, in a statement, Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays emphasizes the U.S. Department of Agriculture needs to have a plan to make that happen by Monday. The federal court's decision also says the federal government must consider other funding sources if USDA's contingency funds are not enough to cover November SNAP benefits nationwide. We're going to be hearing more from AG Chris Mays today, and we'll tell you what she has to say about this developing situation.
Eyes on education.
While school districts around the valley are considering shutting down some locations, Mesa Public Schools is opening up 2 new ones.
Mesa Public Schools will open 2 new high schools next school year, offering smaller class sizes and more personalized classes for students. Superintendent Matthew Strom explains the new school will be added onto existing junior highs, adding an additional grade each year until it's a full high school.
These junior highs in Mesa Public Schools were built for student populations of 1,200 to 1,600. We had the space available and the opportunity available to create these small learning environments with hardly any capital infrastructure costs.
This brings the total number of high schools in the district to 10. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
You can read more education solution stories at KTAR.com/education. A firefighter was taken to the hospital with minor injuries after being hurt while battling a mobile home fire in Buckeye Valley. The Arizona Fire and Medical Authority says the flames broke out just before 1:30 off of Palo Verde Road. An elderly couple has been displaced as a result of the fire. Today, millions of YouTube viewers can't see ABC, ESPN, and the full portfolio of Disney networks. The agreement between ABC's parent company, Disney, and Google's YouTube TV expired at midnight, without negotiators resolving an impasse over how much YouTube should pay Disney for its programming. ABC's Rebecca Jarvis explains what programming is no longer available.
From College Game Day, where ABC is the most watched network in college football, up 23% compared to last year, to Monday Night Football, where the Cowboys will face off with the Cardinals, to Dancing with the Stars, which had its biggest premiere in 5 years and has seen viewership skyrocket for 5 weeks. Your local news, GMA and World News Tonight, it's all gone dark, along with ESPN and the Disney networks.
Let's hope for some better news on the roads. Here's John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Well, I'll tell you, the drive home is very busy right now. We've got heavy slowing coming south of the valley into Maricopa, southbound 347 coming off the I-10. Very busy to Riggs Road, and then up ahead, we've got a crash off to the right, southbound State Route 347 right near Casablanca Road. You've got some slowing there as well. Surface streets, very busy this hour. 83rd Avenue and Happy Valley Road. Look for a collision there, 107th Avenue and Thomas in Avondale. A crash with injuries, crash with a motorcycle, 219th Avenue and Sun Valley Parkway in Surprise and Glendale. Look for a crash at 59th Avenue and Olive. Traffic is brought to you by America Roofing. Choose America Roofing, Arizona's largest roofer, A-plus with the BBB, and the winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
If you're going to be taking your little ones trick-or-treating around 5:30, we're still going to be in the 80s most places in the valley. But by about 7 o'clock through 9, we'll be in the 70s, so a little bit cooler for that. Right now, it's 89 degrees in Avondale. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
The Hondo Rodeo Fest featuring Nickelback, Kid Rock, Jason Aldean, and more returns to Chase Field November 7th through the 9th. We're giving you the chance to win tickets. Text RODEO to 620-620 for your chance to win. That's RODEO to 620-620.
And every day, right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 news and a check on traffic with Roundabout Roller, we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
Yosef, the Federal Reserve reporting that the U.S. credit card balances hit $1.08 trillion. Delinquencies are rising fastest among people under the age of 30. That's not great news.
Mm-mm.
I got a feeling that number is going to go up higher as a number of federal employees missing paychecks are using their credit cards to kind of bridge until the work resumes.
Yeah.
I think that's going to happen. What is the dumbest thing that anyone can put on their credit card? My parents once said that you should never put food or gas on your credit card, but I'm not so sure that's the worst thing you could do.
The dumbest thing you can put on your credit card is something you cannot afford to pay off.
Could you be more specific and maybe funnier?
Yeah. The dumbest thing. How about a pet? That feels like
great answer.
Feels like a pretty bad idea.
You just nailed that one, my friend.
I wasn't funny though, but that was the best that I could come up with.
That was a really good answer.
Yeah.
I mean, you totally redeemed yourself.
Thank you.
No, that's a really because that's not only are you buying a living thing that of course has no guarantee, but also has ongoing expenses.
Yeah.
So I thought you were going to say like a big screen TV.
No.
And, that would not be a very good idea if you couldn't afford it, to your point earlier. But with a big screen TV, like you buy the TV and then you've got an asset. If you buy a pet, you have no asset. You just have an ongoing expense.
Yep. And I don't mean like the goldfish or, a little gerbil. Like the price of dogs is insane so often. Like if you're adopting, you oftentimes can get a dog when the adoption fees are even waived, which is a 100% the way to go. But if you walk through the mall, like I am stunned. Like I have that go through me when I look at the cute little dogs and see the price of those dogs. It's not just like $1,000; it's several $1,000,
$5,000-$6,000. Yeah.
And then what happens when precious little Fido needs a surgery or has to be dewormed?
Fido's probably inbred too. Let's keep that in mind. And
lots
of
puppy mills out there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to come with its own issues. That's a really great answer, Joe. Best answer you've had in a long time.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done. Okay, to you, sir.
Okay. Billionaire Warren Buffett says, Chris, that $1 million isn't going to make you happy because once you see someone with $2 million, your happiness will disappear. I saw that headline yesterday in a story. So I want to know, Chris, what's the key to happiness?
$3 million.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see, and you said I was lame. that was Joe-level humor right there.
The key is contentment and finding contentment. See, the flaw with what Buffett said is that he's approaching it from only a competitive standpoint. Like, oh, I've got $1 million. Now I have to have $2 million. So he's only approaching it from the rat race standpoint. And that is the same mentality that makes you drive faster when you're on the road. And you know how I feel about people driving too fast. So they're driving faster because somebody else is going faster. The key to driving the speed limit is just being content with driving the speed limit.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you can balance your emotions, or I think in many cases it's hormones that make us very competitive, if you can balance that with gratitude, that's how you find happiness. So I think gratitude is probably a big key on that. That's not to say you shouldn't be competitive and strive for more and try to be the best at what you're doing and make a lot of money, but at some point you have to go, you know what? I am never going to be Rockefeller. So I'm going to have to figure out a way to be happy not being Rockefeller.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's it.
Yeah.
What are the little joys in my life? Did you have a better answer than that?
No, that's why I asked you.
Yeah, I hate to be all soft and mushy on that crap, but
well,
I mean there is something to it.
I do have a very Joe answer too.
Go on.
That you didn't touch on, but I know you have this in your life as well. It's not just contentment. I do think that is a big piece of it as well, but I think part of that also is love. And learning to love, like you said, contentment, but learning to love what you have, and not just from a stuff perspective. Like, love your friendships, love your relationships, love the things that you do get to do.
Or love not having friendships. Because you know how I am.
Come on, man.
Fewer people, the better.
You love your friends, and I know you love your spouse as much as you make fun of her and you do her voice in a shrill, witchy fashion.
Why? Why did you say that? Why don't you love me?
Yes, that one. To you, sir.
I made you chicken, and all you do is complain about me.
You burned it. That's my night, by the way. That'll be my night. The FDA granted accelerated approval to a new Alzheimer's therapy this month after phase 3 trials showed a statistically significant slowing of cognitive decline. That's good news. The drug maker said that pricing negotiations with insurers are underway. So you've got some neurologists in Phoenix that are already booking consult slots to discuss access to it. If this is anything like a number of other drugs that first hit the market and could save your life, but the insurance companies decide they don't want to cover that, Joe, how much are you willing to pay if you had to cover the drug out of pocket for a loved one?
So
this is a tough one, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. So to be clear, the cognitive decline is still going to get worse, but it will significantly slow it.
Yes.
So it is not as though we could start the upward curve again and things would get better. It's just we will get worse at a slower pace.
Yes. That would increase quality of life for however long.
Sure. I would pay a lot more if they could reverse it, first off.
Sorry, Mom. The drug's not that good.
No, but no, seriously, man. If you could reverse it, I think that's a miracle drug.
It's a home run. It's kind of the difference between I've always heard that if somebody could fix balding, right, and regrow hair, that would be a multi-trillion-dollar drug.
What are you talking about? I did that. Look at my luscious locks today.
Yeah, I see that. Everybody on the YouTube channel has pointed that out.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of money in just stopping hair loss, but hair regrowth is where the real money's at. Yeah. Guaranteed hair regrowth, right?
That is why I would say a couple $100 a month.
Really? That's all?
Yeah, because by the point you notice it, if it's already, to me, it's already bad. Because as we discussed earlier this week, we have a bad habit in America of putting our problems off and lying to ourselves and to doctors that something is going on.
So true.
We don't want to go to the doctor and admit, hey, I have a problem and I need help. So by the time you are actually getting flagged at the doctor for having Alzheimer's or dementia or anything from that family, it's not too late, but it's at a point where it's clearly bad. So, yeah, you can still do something to help it, but I would say a couple $100 a month.
Right.
And others may feel differently. But.
Would you go so far as to pick up a gig economy type income in order to try to?
Well, I want to do that anyways. So.
Do you?
Yeah.
You're gonna do that?
Yeah, I've thought about a number of things. Yeah.
Oh, all
yeah.
right.
What about you?
I would try to scrape together as much as I can. I would probably put off some vitamins and medications I'm on. I'd probably risk my own high blood pressure if it meant. It also depends on how much I love the person.
I was going to say, if it's your parents or your wife, depending on the day, you'll probably do more than if it's me, for example.
I know you think that, but that might not be true. Because, look, there's inheritance if my parents go. And then if my wife would forget all the crap that I do wrong, that would sure make her nag a lot less.
You're terrible.
I might be willing to spend more on you.
You're terrible.
There's benefits to the others.
You're like, I can convince Joe to write it down.
Yeah. Oh, Joe might write things down. That'd be great.
Yeah.
You might be hearing stories about gas prices dropping around the country, but when you drive by the QT, it sure doesn't feel much cheaper to you. You're going to have a chance to drive down memory lane and recall the good old days next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Every strawberry, every apple, every beet bunch at Natural Grocers is 100% organic. Natural Grocers is unwavering in their commitment to organic products. While other stores might tease you with organic sections that are mixed with conventional produce, when you shop at Natural Grocers, there's no guesswork and no possibility of cross-contamination from synthetic pesticides. Discover our always affordable, truly organic produce today. Find your store at naturalgrocers.com.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
For these legends, the pressure is where they shine, just like the reward at the end.
There's an urgency to winning the Charles Schwab Cup. It doesn't get any easier.
It all comes down to the Charles Schwab Cup Championship, November 13th through 16th.
Don't miss all the excitement at this year's Charles Schwab Cup Playoff. For tickets and more information, head to schwabcup.com. That's schwabcup.com.
Somewhere right now, a teacher is staying late to grade papers and spending their own money to buy classroom supplies, and they never ask for a thank you. We believe they deserve more. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos and our presenting sponsor, your Valley Toyota dealers, we pay tribute to a teacher with a $2,500 bonus. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and nominate a deserving teacher. Pay tribute to a teacher is sponsored by your Valley Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Message and data rates may apply.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:46, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. It's time for President Trump to step up. That's the word from Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs, who became emotional today when talking about potential interruptions for food assistance and Head Start programs.
People are going without paychecks that rely on those paychecks across the state, across the country. This is unthinkable, and Washington needs to fix this.
The governor says the president should bring both sides to the table to work out a solution for the continuing federal government shutdown. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's take a look at those roads now. We have John Roller for that in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Lots of folks heading home to get ready for trick-or-treaters tonight, and we've got slowing in several spots. We've got a new crash right at the 202 junctions as you head out of town. The eastbound I-10 right there at the Santan South Mountain Junction. You've got slowing all the way back to Chandler Boulevard as you make your way towards the I-10, and then right at the 347. We've got heavy slowing all the way into Riggs Road. We do have a crash off to the right, southbound 347 right near Casablanca Road. And in the West Valley, look for a crash northbound Loop 202 South Mountain Freeway right near Buckeye. That's causing heavy slowing all the way up to the transition to the westbound I-10. 16th Street and Indian School Road, look for a collision there. 83rd Avenue and Happy Valley, a crash in Peoria this afternoon, and a crash with injuries in Avondale, 107th Avenue and Thomas. John Roller, KTAR News.
Fall is back, and it's time to check your plumbing. Water heater not keeping up? Drain clogged? Don't let small issues become big expenses. This October only, enjoy a free service call, 10% off repairs, and $59 drain clearing specials when you mention Gatos. Howard Air and Plumbing. They've been Arizona's trusted plumbing and HVAC experts since 1977. Whether replace or repair, call today. 602-953-2766 or schedule online, howardair.com.
What does 100 years of giving look like? It's food on the table. It's a safe place to sleep. It's a child learning to read and so much more. Valley of the Sun United Way and our donors, volunteers, and partners give a helping hand, give shelter, give a second chance, a way forward, and hope. We're here for the Valley today and always, because at Valley of the Sun United Way, giving never gives up. Visit vsuw.org.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp along with Stuart Willis. He's the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, and as both an estate planning and a financial client of Asset Preservation, I know fees come up a lot, Stuart. So what do people really need to understand about them?
Well, Jim, too often folks with $500,000 to $1 million saved focus on finding the cheapest advisor. But being penny wise and pound foolish can cost far more in missed tax and planning opportunities.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the ultra wealthy pay premium fees because they understand value. At Asset Preservation, we're fiduciaries. Our pricing is fair and transparent, and our focus is delivering real value. Comprehensive planning that protects families and builds wealth the right way.
Don't you want an advisor who wants to help you because they gain when you gain? Yes, you do. You want Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Go to assetpreservationwealth.com to get your free portfolio review. Tell them Jim Sharp sent you at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Hope you guys had a great weekend. Coming up Monday, Mike is back, and we have AG Chris Mays in studio ahead of her lawsuits going to SCOTUS. We hope to see you guys then.
Joe, we helping out with SNAP or what? What's going on here?
Well, we need to help out with SNAP, no doubt about that, because nearly 900,000 Arizonans, they rely on SNAP benefits. And with the government shutdown, those benefits are about to vanish tomorrow, potentially. You can help, though, by texting FOOD to 620-620. You can find food banks, pantries, and ways to donate. Every dollar counts. Text FOOD right now to 620-620.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, and thanks to everybody that checked us out streaming live on the KTAR News YouTube channel. If you missed it, you can always pull the YouTube a little bit later on this evening. Watch it on your TV at home, and then right after us, of course, on the same channel is going to be Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gatos. Gatos in the studio with us today.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, buddy. Always good to see you, my friend. AAA is reporting that the national average for gas fell below $3.20 a gallon this week. Of course, we're still at like $3.50 here. That is the lowest since early summer. It's giving drivers a break after months of high prices. So that's good news, I guess. What's the lowest gas price you actually remember paying in your lifetime?
Wasn't it like in the 90s, $1.80 or something like that?
Oh, dude, I remember 79 cents.
I don't know. I don't remember. No, I remember like $1 something. You know?
Really?
Yeah.
Nothing lower than that?
Not really. No, because like, so you need gas. You know, you put it in. You're gonna get a big amount, and you just pay it. I mean, that's all you can really do.
That is incredibly healthy for you to say that.
What's that?
Just don't worry about the things that you get. Like, that's an expense you're going to have to pay. Whatever it is, you're going to have to pay it. Right?
You just can put less in, save some money. You know, put less in, depending on what your paycheck looks like, and you got to gas up and go to work. That's all you can do.
I think that's very healthy for you to look at it that way. That's
What's
great.
the least you remember, Chris?
So I'm kind of with you, Joe. I remember it being below 80 cents. I recall we had an old lawnmower that took leaded fuel, and my parents gave me $1 to go up to the gas station in town that still had leaded fuel, and it was under 80 cents. I remember that. We had one person on the YouTube channel that said 29 cents in the mid-70s.
Wow. Is that right?
That's what they said.
That was a little before my time.
Yeah, I don't remember that. I don't remember anything like that.
Wow, that's great. Yeah. And I do remember it dropped down below $1 in the 90s for a while. I had an old Chevy pickup that I was driving back and forth to college, and I remember it dropped down below $1, and I was pretty excited about that. That was nice. That was pretty great. What do you guys have going on here starting at 4 o'clock, my friend?
Well, at 5, we have the 20th anniversary of The Creep Show. So something we started 20 years. It is called, we've kind of added the Outspoken to it since Bruce and I got together. So it's the Outspoken Creep Show. Scare us for prizes. And what we do is every year on Halloween, we open the phones and we ask for those to call in who have a real-life encounter with the supernatural. You're not making up a story. You're not doing any of that. It's got to be real. It's got to be scary. You will be screened through and put on the air if it is good. And if you can scare Bruce, who, by the way, hates anything with Halloween and horror, if you can scare him, we've got really great prizes. So we're going to start at 5 o'clock with The Creep Show.
By the way, I've been listening to this for about the last 10 years. It's one of my favorite bits that you do.
It's fun. Yeah. It's fun. And we've done it. This will be the 20th year. So I'm pretty excited. The phone calls are great, and you are going... You're gonna fill your shorts when you hear some of this stuff.
I also love that yesterday Bruce was in here, and Bruce was telling us about how much he hates it. Hates it. So that really just adds to how much I enjoy it.
Me too.
Yeah. All right. Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gato starts at 4 o'clock. The Creep Show starts at 5. Make sure you're checking that out. Happy Halloween, everyone. Please drive safely. Watch for those ghouls and goblins. Joe Izinga, anything to add?
Nope.
Thank God. Back again Monday, 2 o'clock. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News. Arizona's only all-news morning show.
Authorities say an indicted poker cheating ring involving pro sports figures and the mafia used a series of high-tech tactics in their scam. They included shuffling machines and an X-ray table could determine who held what cards and cameras hidden in the trays that held players' chips.
Arizona's Morning News. Weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
It's the final weekend of the biggest savings event of the year. AutoNation's annual Sell Down. Buy with zero down. We're selling down new cars, trucks, SUVs and crossovers, hybrids, EVs, even luxury models. Save thousands now and buy with zero down. Don't wait. The Sell Down ends this weekend. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation dealership. Shop AutoNation.com.
Financing for a limited term on approved above-average credit plus tax, tag, title, and fees. See store for details.
Sundays on KTAR News is the home for the #1 radio health talk show in America, The Dr. Bob Martin Show. Dr. Martin is a chiropractic physician, a board-certified clinical nutritionist, and a diplomate of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. Got a health-related problem or challenge? Not feeling well and you just don't know where to turn or what to do? Dr. Bob Martin is here for you every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. The Dr. Bob Martin Show on KTAR News.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
For your 55% savings, call 480-896-9597. That's 480-896-9597. Offer ends November 3rd. Call 480-896-9597.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
Well, this is really good news.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays wins in court as 2 federal judges rule the Trump administration has to keep funding the SNAP food assistance program. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live now in the News Center with more.
Yeah, Becky, AG Mays had joined a lawsuit just days ago calling on the federal government to use emergency funds to keep SNAP going. Now that federal courts have agreed, Mays says
the Democratic attorneys general were right that this program is not only so needed and necessary, but the Trump administration was engaging in unlawful behavior by cutting it off.
She did express concerns the Trump administration could ignore the courts or appeal the decision, also saying even if not, it could take weeks for SNAP to be back to normal.
Keep moving forward on the case and see it all the way through until we can get SNAP turned back on.
Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
You can text the word food to 620-620 and learn how you can donate to Valley Food Banks. And there are resources if you need help. Again, text the word food to 620-620.
Eyes on Education.
Mesa Public Schools opening up 2 new high schools next year, adding on to existing junior highs 1 grade at a time. Mesa Public Schools Superintendent Matthew Strom says the new locations will provide smaller learning environments for students.
Our Franklin High School model that will be spun up next year and our Shepherd College Prep model that will be spun up at Shepherd Junior High. They're both going to be schools that have maximum cohorts of 150 students, and they'll never be a high school any larger than 600 kids.
You can read more Education Solutions stories at KTAR.com/education. A firefighter suffered some minor injuries, and an elderly couple is out of their home due to a mobile home fire in Buckeye Valley this afternoon. The Arizona Fire and Medical Authority tells us the flames broke out just before 1:30 off of Palo Verde Road. Who'll be the quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals when they take on the Dallas Cowboys Monday night? That's still an open question, but either way, Tyler Drake with Arizonasports.com tells Arizona's Morning News it's a good matchup for the Cards.
So if you can get Kyler Murray back in the saddle, back starting, or really Jacoby Brissett, if you still have to roll with him, they should be able to move the ball down the field against this very, very bad defense.
The Cardinals are coming off their bye week and are hoping to end a 5-game losing streak. We're learning about a close call between a Delta Airlines jet and a commuter plane in Boston on Thursday.
A Delta Airlines jet originally headed to New York, but that was diverted to Boston due to weather, was cleared to land at Boston's Logan Airport. But at the same time, air traffic control also gave a Cape Air commuter plane clearance for takeoff on an intersecting runway. The Delta plane was just 125 feet from the ground when it got an order to pull up, and Cape Air was told to stay low to avoid hitting. Pilots of the commuter plane reacting.
What the heck?
The audio from liveatc.net. The Delta pilots reacting as they read back instructions to climb and turn.
Obtain 300 up to 3000, 263 heavy. That was close.
Alex Stone, EBC News.
Time to start heading home, getting ready for the trick-or-treaters. Here's John Roller to take a look at things in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yeah, right you are, Becky Lynn. Busy drive home this afternoon. Let's start at the East Valley, where we've got some slowing starting to develop on the southbound 101 Price Freeway. Starting right at Broadway gets heavy as you make that transition to the eastbound 60 and head into Mesa. Still have heavy slowing on the northbound Loop 202 South Mountain Freeway. Right at Lower Buckeye, that's where we had an earlier crash, and you've got heavy slow and go all the way up to the westbound I-10 and close into downtown. We've got heavy slowing on the westbound 202 through the mini stack, and that stays with you right on to the stack. 16th Street and Indian School Road, we've got a crash there. Another crash at 83rd Avenue and Happy Valley Road, and 107th Avenue and Thomas, a crash in Avondale this afternoon. John Roller, KTAR News.
By trick-or-treat time, 6 o'clock, we're going to be in the low 80s and then dropping into the 70s starting around 7 through 9 o'clock. So it should be a very nice night for all the little ghouls and goblins. Tomorrow's high 89, Sunday and Monday, just about the same. It's 88 right now in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. First hour of the program.
Yes! A lot of people will tell you first hour is the best hour. But I'm guessing you're not going to agree on that today.
Ladies and gentlemen, in 1 hour, the lights go out.
Yeah.
The freaks come out. And at 5:05, we will have the 20th edition, 20 years.
2-0.
Outspoken Creep Show. Scare us for prizes.
All right.
Your real-life encounter with the supernatural.
I would like to point out that it's more scaring Gatos because I'm already scared by the music.
We will open up the phones at 4:50 and 1 second.
At least I admit it.
And we will start to screen you in or out. But this is a serious deal that we do in the 5 o'clock hour for an hour.
Very much so.
So get your stories ready.
And you can win prizes.
And you can fill Bruce's shorts.
I prefer you did.
Scare us for prizes. The 20th year of the Creep Show.
This is the thing. This is the thing Gatos is most excited about every year, just so we're clear.
I love this.
This is his Christmas, New Year's, and birthday rolled into one.
This is my baby. I remember doing it for the first time.
This is, yeah. All right.
All right, 5:05. Make sure you are here. Happy Halloween.
Can we do a shout out for the decor in the studio?
Not yet.
Not yet? All right, well, don't forget it because I carried a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, Becky Lynn. But, all right. Becky Lynn brought a hand in. Okay, there's like some hand.
We're gonna. So if you're watching on the YouTube,
my gosh,
KTAR YouTube channel, this 5 o'clock, the studio will transform into the Creep Show version of the Outspoken
Haunted studio.
Oh, God. All right.
Speaking of the Creep Show, we go to Washington, D.C.
Okay,
And
that's called a segue. I like that.
No, don't say it. Now you've ruined it. Forget it.
Okay. That wasn't a segue. Joining us right now, though, we have to talk a little bit about...
We have breaking news.
There was a judge's ruling. Actually, 2 judges ruled that the Trump administration must provide and use emergency funds to keep the SNAP program moving forward. But it's not 100% clear, like, if that's going to happen tomorrow.
Right. SNAP benefits are there for 42 million people who rely on this program to feed their families. With the government shutdown, it looked like Saturday was going to be the end of the SNAP benefits. Right. And a lot of people were going to go without food because they don't have these benefits. Now, a judge today said, you gotta kick these things back in.
I think it was 2 judges.
Got it.
Federal judges. To help us understand this, at least the legal side of it a little bit more, KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson joins us right now. Happy Halloween, Barry.
Hey, Bear.
Happy Halloween. I'm frightened already.
Yes, look at he's dressed like a semi-retired lawyer. Look at that.
I'm watching him. He's dressed like a rich Scottsdale man.
These look like billable hours. That's terrifying. Okay. So, Barry, what I do not understand about this is we had I believe it was 2 federal judges ruled on this. But does that mean that nothing changes and tomorrow SNAP benefits go back to normal?
Well, there's a few things here. First, the question is the Trump administration going to appeal this? And you have to remember, because normally you'd say no, what kind of an administration would appeal a judge's ruling that is saying you have to feed the people or provide assistance to people who need food assistance, American citizens who need that. And yet that's what the Trump administration has actually been fighting here. Important to remember, this has been there to be used in this type of situation.
This emergency fund we're talking about.
Yeah. The $5 billion emergency fund, and in fact, until September 30th, there was a memo in the cabinet there that said that's exactly what this money would be used for in the case of a shutdown. The Trump administration withdrew that memo; they canceled their own memo because they want, because they wanted to be able to use this as leverage to get the Democrats to open up the government again. So that's what happened here. So 2 lawsuits, one brought by 25 states, including Arizona, by Attorney General Chris Mays. And they won. So assuming Trump doesn't appeal, and the last I heard is Trump's saying now that he wants some clarification and he wants to make sure he's feeding the people. And it sounded like almost like he's making it sound like he went to court to force this so that he could feed everybody. But so I'm assuming he's not going to appeal, but we don't know that yet. But if he doesn't appeal, then the money will start to flow to SNAP. And the way that works is it goes to the states, and then the states have to load up your SNAP card. So in some states, it takes longer than others. So are they going to have money immediately? No, it'll take some number of days and up to a week, depending on where you live.
All right, Barry Markson is joining us. Let's say that the president appeals what we're seeing. He appeals the decision. I mean, could that tie up SNAP benefits for weeks until the next judge talks about this and rules on it?
There'd be 2 options then. So the lower court judge could either stay his decision while the appeal is pending, which is not unusual, but given the emergency circumstances here, literally people who don't have enough money to buy food would potentially be going hungry. The judge may say, you can appeal the legal issue, but in the meantime, you need to perform under my order. Or the appellate court could also issue a stay. So it would depend. If no stay is issued, then the money should flow to SNAP while the appeal is pending. I would also assume that the appellate courts would try to move this as quickly as possible, which they will. But as we all know, appellate court fast is not instantaneous. So it would probably take at least a week. And then if Trump appeals it again, it could go up to the Supreme Court. And I don't know how long that takes. So hopefully that doesn't happen here.
Again, we're talking to KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson as we had two federal judges today rule that the SNAP benefits must move forward using this emergency fund inside the government. And again, I think to surmise a little bit, Barry, it's just not clear how quickly those monies will get to the people who need the food. But it doesn't sound like it's going to be tomorrow.
No, and even the judge one of the judges said a hearing on Monday for an update because there's a couple of options here. The government could use the $5 billion emergency fund, but interestingly, we spend about $9 billion a month on this, I think, or
oh, wow.
week. I mean, it's a ton of money. So that $5 billion isn't going to get us very far. There's also another group of money, another fund of about 20 to 25 billion that could also be used. So the judge wants the federal government to tell him on Monday, are they just going to partially fund it, or are they going to use more money to fully fund it through November at least and see where that takes us? So,
can I ask, Barry, what the argument was? I know you paid attention to this because let's use the last government shutdown. What was it, 2018, 2019, right in there. SNAP benefits were not impacted then. They used this whatever monies. What was the government's argument this time that they couldn't pay SNAP benefits? At least the argument they're using in front of a judge, not the one they use on cable news.
So they paid it before in a shutdown, but they didn't want to pay it this time.
Why? Yeah. What was their argument?
Okay.
Their argument was that they tried to create a thing that said legally they're not allowed to use this money, that this money is supposed to be used in the event of a hurricane or something like that to provide emergency benefits, not for this, that this was not an emergency under the legal doctrine. But the court, two different judges now have both said that's not true. Important to note here, these judges have said that what the Trump administration did here was illegal. Not that they made a wrong decision, but that what they did actually violated the law. So it's, I think it's pretty clear that the administration did this to try to leverage the Democrats to end the shutdown. But the legal basis for that was obviously not very strong. And I think we saw that with two judges issuing their rulings almost simultaneously from different parts of the country.
Appreciate it. Barry, thank you very much for your insight into this.
Thanks, Barry.
Happy Halloween.
Thanks, guys. Have a good Halloween.
All right. We'll see how much he bills us for this. That's a key thing. All right.
So
probably 2 hours.
I'm just thinking, like out loud, politically, because I've said from the beginning, I don't care about this politically. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. I don't care.
Well, you're talking about the shutdown?
Who you think is wrong? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't care whose fault it really is. I don't care. When people are hungry, I want them fed. I know that some people think they're ripping off, the government and, they can go get a job and I
feed themselves.
Get all the political stuff. But when people are hungry, I want them fed. With this decision, politically, isn't this like the best thing that could happen to the Republicans and the Democrats? Like the decision there was taken now out of their hands. And it's not like one party or the other.
Can't claim victory necessarily.
Well, one party like the Republicans and Democrats, they can't say to each other, well, you were holding back the SNAP benefits.
Right, you take that off the table.
Right.
Unless, as you heard Barry Markson say, the Trump administration appeals.
I can't imagine him appealing.
And the appeal would basically be, no, I don't want the money to feed the hungry people.
Right, and that would just look so bad, and I hope that doesn't happen. I can't.
You wouldn't put it past them.
I know, man.
No, you wouldn't.
I wouldn't,
because the Republicans think this is good leverage.
I just can't imagine.
And they think they're winning on this issue because they're claiming it's the Democrats that are making people go hungry.
I can't imagine you would sue.
Yeah.
To keep people from putting food on the table.
Well, I can't imagine it.
We've seen stranger.
Yeah, we've seen much stranger.
My gut is that they're not going to appeal.
But the reality of this is that if you are reliant on SNAP benefits, that card that gets refilled at the beginning of every month on the first of the month tomorrow will not be automatically filled because it takes a while for this money to flow to the states. At least that's what we understand.
And this is why if you need a meal, you text the word food to 620.
Great point.
And we will send you to a place close to your home where you can feed your family.
Don't have to go hungry this weekend.
No.
Good point. Hey, quick shout out to everyone listening in Litchfield Park. What's up, Litchfieldians? Great to have you guys listening. I call you the LP. Litchfield Park. Big shout out to you guys. Coming up at 5. It's the 20th annual Outspoken Creep Show. Scare us for prizes. It's going to be more scaring. It's scaring you, let's be honest, because I'm already scared. The music alone.
I'm so excited.
I keep getting the heebie-jeebies here. Hey, coming up next, tonight, All Hallows Eve. Boy, we sound like olds now. What's the scariest movie you've ever seen?
Oh, my gosh.
We'll talk about the scariest movies we've seen. In fact, I still need a nightlight because of it. We're talking about it next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, how about this, Bruce, for Halloween? Mortgage rates aren't scary anymore. Is anybody buying that? They're not really that scary anymore. You know, the Fed has lowered interest rates now twice this year. So if you want to buy a home, now is the time to buy a home. Don't miss your opportunity. Don't miss your chance. Here's what you do. You call the One Mortgage Team. Number one thing always, call the One Mortgage Team. Do not waste your time with a realtor. They can't do anything for you until you call the One Mortgage Team. You can't see a house. You can't put an offer in on a home unless you call the One Mortgage Team, and they will give you that pre-approval letter. Pre-approval for a loan, what it does is it allows you to look for a home in your price range. The One Mortgage Team will tell you how much home you can afford in your price range. They'll give you the actual number. They'll say you can afford a home between this and this. They're also going to get you the lowest rates and the lowest fees. 623-875-9940. It is a buyer's market in the Valley. You may not get a better chance than right now to purchase a home. It's that simply said. 623-875-9940. LondonMortgage.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:18. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The FBI has announced arrests in Michigan today. FBI Director Kash Patel says a home was raided after surveilling multiple people in an online chat group. Patel posted they were about to carry out an attack on Halloween. ABC's Olivia Rubin explains.
Sources now tell ABC News the FBI took action after undercover operatives monitored an online chat group. Law enforcement sources say the alleged plot involved firearms. Sources add the suspects took firearms training, and law enforcement stepped in when the suspects mentioned Pumpkin Day, which they believed was a reference to Halloween.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check those roads. Here's John Roller live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right. Thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Speaking of Litchfield Park, that's where our latest crash is coming in from. Camelback and El Mirage Road. We have a crash there with injuries. Also working a crash 16th Street and Indian School Road. 83rd Avenue in Happy Valley. You've got a crash in Peoria this afternoon. And still working that crash in Avondale, 107th Avenue and Thomas. John Roller, KTAR News. Back to Outspoken with Bruce in Gatos.
It's the roller.
It is the roller.
Look at that. Appreciate it. All right. Hey, this portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping customers and community. Call Parker.
The studio is
I don't like
being readied.
Whatever you do. Don't watch it on KTAR
for the
YouTube channel.
5 o'clock, the Creep Show. Scare us for prizes. Your phone calls about your real life encounter with the supernatural. We've done it. This will be the 20th year.
By the way, I'm going to give you. We're going to talk about like the scariest movie you've ever seen, like the scariest ghost movie you've ever seen.
Yeah.
If you want to tell us what the scariest one you've ever seen, you can text us 620-620.
Okay.
I'm just going to give people the option because we're going to talk about ours.
I think it's fun. It's Halloween. Let's have some fun.
So can I tell you something? Like when we talk about ghost movies, like I choose to believe ghosts are happy, like Casper. I don't think ghosts have to be bad.
I think the opposite.
But why?
I think if they exist, they're here because they don't want to go to the next place.
Yeah, but that doesn't make them angry. Or
I think it makes them angry.
It does?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do.
I prefer to think of happy ghosts.
I don't think so.
Okay. What is the scariest movie that you've ever released?
You're asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
The American Werewolf in London, because I saw it at such a young age.
It's like scarred you?
Yeah. Yeah, I saw it. I didn't see it really young. My parents were watching it. I wanted to watch it. They said, you're too young. I snuck out, and I peeked and watched.
You from around the corner?
Yes, and he turned into a werewolf, and I will tell you right now, I mean, there's still a stain on that floor. Right where I stood.
They were right. Mom and Dad were right.
They were right. Yeah.
This was not for you.
Well, Chad Benson, my super best friend, he always told me the scariest movie that he ever saw, and he's coming up at 7 tonight, was The Exorcist because he saw it at age 5.
Oh, my Lanta.
Yes. He's like 6 years old, and he saw that movie.
There's a reason you shouldn't see those movies at that age.
Oh, my gosh. I can't even imagine.
Oh, my goodness.
So that one is one of the scary. So I've got the werewolf thing, but also the Blair Witch Project was.
Okay, so this. Do you remember what year that was? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
I don't know. It was 90s.
It seemed like it was late 90s, maybe. Yeah. And the whole movie was almost filmed like a documentary, right? The concept of it was like filmed using we didn't have cell phone cameras back then, just like a handheld camera.
Yeah.
And so it looked really kind of wobbly, and it was weird, and they would talk into the camera and things like that, right?
When you watched them, you thought there were this group of people that literally. And you believed it because it's you're suspending whatever that's called, I forgot. But here's the thing: they went into the woods to look for the Blair Witch, and all these things start to happen. But the beauty of the movie is you don't see some monster coming out and grabbing them. It was so suspenseful, so scary. It was dark. They're in a tent. You're hearing the leaves rustle.
I don't like it.
It was absolutely just. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I heard people even start describing it. I go, yeah, that's not for me.
What about you? Well, you don't watch scary movies.
I try not to.
Like, you literally do not go to scary movies.
Okay, so, I used to do movie reviews also. And so I would see 100-some-odd movies a year.
But you wouldn't go to the
scary ones,
right.
Without a doubt.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, one of the things I liked about going to movie screenings we would do is they wouldn't show trailers. They would go right into the movie when it started. 7 o'clock, boom, movie started.
That's beautiful.
Because I didn't want to see trailers. I didn't want to see trailers of scary movies.
Okay.
I never saw the trailers for these. I never saw the previews, and I didn't want to. I don't want to see that.
Okay.
The previews are scary enough.
They're supposed to be scary.
Yeah, I don't want to see it. It's all it's in theaters these days. I don't go near a theater.
So what's the scariest one you ever saw, though?
I joke about Wizard of Oz, but it did. It did scar me as a child.
No, it did not.
And I was really afraid. For some reason, I thought flying monkeys were going to come and get me.
Oh, jeez.
And I always had to make sure, like, my window was locked. I lived on it was on the second floor, so I wanted to make sure that the flying monkeys couldn't get up there. I saw The Sixth Sense, but I got conned into seeing. I got tricked into seeing it.
I don't think that counts here.
What? It doesn't?
No.
It scared me.
It's a little scary. I don't know. I don't put that up there with the other stuff.
Well, it's like a ghost movie, right?
Yeah.
It's certainly in the. But again, I want to believe ghosts are nice, but I wasn't told that it was a scary movie. It's a Bruce Willis movie. Oh, okay. It's going to be like Die Hard.
No,
it was not like Die Hard.
It was scary.
It's definitely not like that.
Yeah, I mean, the little kid was seeing dead people. It was scary.
But it was also psychologically scary.
Yeah,
It was a good movie.
Yeah, I don't know.
Don't worry. I did not bring a clip of The Sixth Sense in on Halloween because I don't want you to.
By
be
the way,
scared.
asking some of our listeners, scariest movie they saw. Oh God, heaven.
They don't know they're dead.
They don't know it, Bruce.
How often do you see them?
All the time.
All the time.
Yes, all the time.
By the way, I had no idea what was going on in that movie. I didn't figure it out till the last scene. I was like, what the heck is going on? Anyway.
It's a great movie.
All
the time.
Nightmare on Elm Street, somebody said.
Yeah, those are scary too.
Yeah, those are the ones that try to make you jump out of your seat, right? That's the goal. Never saw any of them.
Yeah.
How about this? My wife and I watched The Ring in theaters.
Is that the thing? The thing came out of the TV?
I don't know. It freaked me out so bad, I refused to walk in front of the TV at night for weeks. I would run across the hall to the bathroom so I didn't have to look at it. By the way, I respect the hell.
Or you have Poltergeist, where little Carol Ann was watching the TV and they're here.
Didn't see it.
I got to tell you, PG movie in the 80s.
It was PG?
They didn't have any. That movie, I believe, if I'm correct, that movie resulted in PG-13 movies.
They're like, we need another rating. We need to do better.
I was petrified.
Yeah.
It was so well done.
All right. Hey, coming up at 5, it is the 20th annual Outspoken Creep Show. Scare us for prizes.
Your phone calls.
Yep, your phone calls.
Think your encounter.
Your encounter with the supernatural.
It has to be real.
Yeah, if you're lying to us, we're pretty good at that. We get lied to all the time, so we're used to it.
We lie to each other.
If you're watching on the KTAR YouTube channel, we both dressed up today. Gatos dressed like Gatos. Right. Uncanny how he looks. Yep. I'm dressed as a Washington Redskin commander's worst nightmare.
You're dressed as a last place team.
RG3.
Okay.
That's just our absolute terrifying thing. Coming up next, check the headlines. We're on top of that. And then, is trick-or-treating dead? Does anybody trick-or-treat anymore?
By the way, can I say one thing?
Oh, please.
I see people.
Not necessary.
They don't know they're dead.
It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One, bringing you more inventory, better prices, and 14 Arizona locations. From hardscape to irrigation, we've got it covered. Visit pioneerco.com and order today. Again, that's pioneerco.com.
Hi, Jamie West here for Beatitudes Campus in North Central Phoenix. Have you ever heard of a life plan community? It's a vibrant lifestyle where you enjoy independent living today with a smart plan in place if your needs ever change. Curious? Take a tour, meet the people, feel the difference. And right now, save big with the Summer of Super Savings. Visit beatitudescampus.org, beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus, celebrating 60 years of serving seniors.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
People always tell you to stop and smell the roses, but I couldn't bend over to smell the roses. Now I can.
Chronic pain and stiff joints place limitations on life, but QC Kinetics gives patients amazing relief to finally live their best lives, like Andrea Southard.
It's amazing the freedom that these injections have given me. I'll be 49 in June, and I am too young to be in that much pain and that debilitated.
Extreme pain from osteoarthritis is no match for QC Kinetics. These are sophisticated, all-natural biologic solutions that directly target pain, restoring and repairing damaged tissue in your knees, back, hip, or shoulders. No surgery, downtime, or steroids.
I got my life back. I got my smile back. And I guess best of all, I got my laugh back.
Ready to shed the pain and get your life back? Call QC Kinetics.
602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-7246. QC Kinetics. 602-837-PAIN.
Hey folks, Dave Ramsey here to let you know that now is the best time to replace your windows and doors with my friends from Window World. See, Window World doesn't use silly monthly sales gimmicks. They keep their same everyday low pricing all year long. That means you can typically purchase 10 windows from Window World for the price of only 3 or 4 windows from other companies. However, there will be a price increase next year. But don't worry, you still have time to upgrade your home with Window World's guaranteed lowest pricing on all high-quality custom-made windows, patio doors, and even entry door systems. Plus, Window World now offers window and patio doors in designer black and bronze colors, too. Call or schedule your free estimate at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. 2 federal judges have ruled the Trump administration must use more than $5 billion in a contingency fund to distribute partial SNAP benefits during the government shutdown. KTAR's Heidi Hommel joins us live from the News Center to explain.
Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego spoke at the St. Mary's Food Bank Volunteer Center before the ruling came down and said 1 in 8 Arizonans receive SNAP benefits.
The City of Phoenix has launched a new resource page with information about emergency food assistance, linked to food banks, and important information about key city resources, such as our senior meal program.
She said the city would be holding a food drive next week. SNAP costs the country $8.5 billion a month, and with a little over $5 billion in the contingency fund, it will likely take some time to calculate and distribute partial benefits for the month of November. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
It seems President Trump is leaning away from appealing rulings from 2 federal judges ordering the continued funding of the SNAP program. In a post on his Truth Social platform, the president does say the rulings give conflicting opinions of what can and can't be done, and his administration will seek clarification. The president then went on to blame Democrats for the continuing federal government shutdown. Meanwhile, you can text the word food to 620-620 and learn how you can donate to Valley Food Banks, and there are also resources if you need some help. Again, text food to 620-620. The person who bought a suburban Dallas condominium sight unseen got a horrifying surprise when they opened the door for the first time.
When 69-year-old Pauline Williams started missing payments, her mortgage went into default, and her condo was sold as is at auction. Walking inside after the auction, the buyer found Pauline Williams' body in the living room.
I think that was the shocking part of it.
Austin Matthews lives down the street.
Reminds me to check on my neighbors a little bit more frequently and try to be friendly, and also hope that doesn't happen to you too one day.
The medical examiner will determine Pauline Williams' cause of death, but it does not appear suspicious. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Let's check traffic now in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's John Roller.
All right. Thank you very much, Becky Lynn. We've got a couple of issues in Surprise. Let's start with the northbound Loop 303, the outer loop. You've got heavy slowing right at Bell Road. We've got a crash blocking all lanes right now. Just south of Grand Avenue, and troopers and IRU crews are working to try to get this cleared. It is going to cause a backup. You may want to think about Bell Road if you need to head west to get away from this collision. And east of there, we've got a crash, Bell Road and West Point Parkway. That is just to the west of Grand Avenue. So those are our issues in Surprise. Also working a crash, 51st Avenue in Olive. And in Maricopa, we've got a new crash, State Route 347 and Smith Inc. Road. John Roller, KTAR News.
Trick-or-treat time, 7 to 9 o'clock, should be in the 70s. Really nice. Overnight, a low of 63. Tomorrow's high, 89. And right now, it's 86 in Gilbert. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Arizona's energy future includes new power plants coming online, but also more data centers and factories ready to eat up that juice. What will it cost us, the little people? Join LaDonna Harvey and me, Jim Sharp, for Money Monday on Arizona's Morning News.
I was on with Jim and LaDonna today. We're talking about the Outspoken Creep Show.
How did that go?
Scare us for prizes at 5 o'clock.
How was LaDonna?
She was great. Sharp, not so great.
I figured as much.
I mean, his last name is Sharp, not that sharp when I was on. Wow. I tease. It was fun. So we were talking about the 20th anniversary of the Creep Show.
Coming up at 5.
5. Your phone calls of your real-life encounter.
Get warmed up.
Supernatural.
Get your stories concise.
Yeah.
Get to the point. Tell your story.
The lights go out. The candles go on.
By the way, they go out here, not at your place.
You can play along if you want, right? And I can't wait to see Bruce get scared. I do have a little surprise for you in the 5 o'clock hour.
I don't like. Okay, I already don't like this. I was seriously thinking of getting a cold today. I was thinking.
That's all you had to say, because you know me,
developing
I'm a
a cough.
Right?
Yeah, unfortunately, healthy as a horse.
You don't like the scary stuff.
Don't like scary. Okay. I don't want to sound like an old, but I have a feeling I might.
Okay.
Where did all the trick-or-treaters go?
What do you mean?
I don't see kids trick-or-treating. Now, I live out Gold Canyon adjacent. I'm in Apache Junction.
Trick-or-treat online now.
There's absolutely nobody trick-or-treating there. I got 3 kids live across the street from us. I've never seen them dress up, never seen them do anything.
It's hard to get kids outside these days.
Maybe they go into busier neighborhoods.
But I used to live right here in Central Phoenix. No trick-or-treaters, right? I lived in all-white Tukey back in the day. Some trick-or-treaters.
White people don't like to trick-or-treat. Maybe that's what it was.
What?
I don't know. I'm just thinking outside the box.
That's well outside the box.
Well, you lived in a place where there are only white people, so.
But it seems that, I don't know if it's just anecdotal, but trick-or-treating has changed. And you don't see as much of the door to door. There's all these stories of people that count the number of trick-or-treaters every year, and it's been kind of going down. Do you get kids at your place?
None.
What? None?
No.
And you live in a neighborhood where everybody knows everybody? And
a little bit. But we're kind of, you've got to walk up a hill to get to us.
Kids ain't walking up a hill for candy. No, they're going to go to the houses down the bottom of the hill. Do you see them at least in the neighborhood, maybe?
I think the younger kids like to do it, sure. And I'll say this, I want to put this out there, because I do say this every Halloween. When you are driving tonight, you have to pay super close attention.
Oh, because there's little maggots everywhere running across the street.
They will cross the roads.
Yeah, do be safe.
Do not,
Tonight's not the night to speed through the neighborhood.
Well, it's one of those things where, yeah, you can kind of speed through your neighborhood. You know where you're going. Don't do that tonight.
Not tonight, please. So there was a...
is there a study on this?
There's from the people that do studies.
I want to know this. All right.
They say that the number of Americans who say they're planning to take kids trick-or-treating is right around 30%.
So I think that's pretty good.
About 30% say they're going to take their kids trick-or-treating. But that is kind of one of the lowest numbers they've ever had. But it's been kind of consistent since 2005. So in the last 20 years, about 30% of parents say they take their kids trick-or-treating.
Okay, so let's try and find out why. There are trunk-or-treat events where we all know what that is. You can go to more parties now.
So it's not that there's fewer people trick-or-treating.
Yeah.
It's they're trick-or-treating differently as opposed to knocking on every door in your neighborhood.
Yeah. Are there any rules to trick-or-treating with ages?
Yes.
Okay, what is the rule?
If you have a mustache, I'm not giving you candy.
Okay.
You got a beard? Move along.
Can we go with the Larry David rule?
What's the Larry David rule?
So Larry David had a great episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm where it's Halloween and he answers the door.
Ding dong.
And there are 2 gals there.
Okay.
2 girls. And this is what they said. Yeah, trick or treat. They weren't excited about it.
We weren't into it.
And he goes, how old are you? And they go, 14. And he's like, I'm thinking 17, 18.
Really?
No, we're 14. Aren't you a little old to be trick-or-treating? No. Can we just have some candy? And he goes, what are you dressed as? And the one girl goes, oh, I'm dressed as my friend. The other girl goes, I'm dressed as a teacher. They didn't have a costume. It was
they're just walking up.
Clothes.
I just want candy.
Yeah. And he goes, you know what? No candy. Shut the door. And then, of course, they TP'd his house.
I was going to say egged or TP'd it, one of the two.
They TP'd his house.
Yeah, that's it.
And then they wrote something on his front door.
Okay.
With yellow paint.
I need to go back and catch this Larry David episode.
Blank. Just put it that way.
If you're taller than me, no, you're not getting candy. I'm 6'2". There's no way.
I've never not given anybody candy.
Really?
I haven't had the opportunity.
Yeah. Well, again, I just see fewer and fewer people. But like you said, maybe they're doing the trunk or treat or trick-or-treating parties or something like that. Is that because people are afraid, or is it because we don't know our neighbors?
I don't think people... No, because trick-or-treating, you're going to perfect strangers' homes most of the time.
Well, okay, you say that. Okay, I'm gonna take you back to the mean streets of McLean, Virginia.
Okay.
I knew everybody in the neighborhood. We knew everybody that had kids our age,
Yeah, the kids were multimillionaires.
That's because there were kids in the neighborhood.
Right, but
you went to school with them.
You knew everybody.
Yes.
And you knew the old couple lived over there because he used to get angry at us when our ball went in his yard. But at least they give away candy on Halloween. Like, we knew everybody in the neighborhood.
Maybe what's happening is that people aren't buying candy and turning their lights off. Maybe that's what's happening. It's not a lack of people who are trick-or-treating. It is a lack of folks who own a home and turn the lights off and don't give the candy.
You know something? I want to tell you. Last year, we had more trick-or-treaters than I think we've ever had.
Really?
Good.
And luckily, there's a store catty corner from our, where we are, and I had to send my husband over to the store to get it.
Don't malls do like trick-or-treating also? It's like safe trick-or-treating, go to the mall?
It's not fun.
It's not the same.
No, it is not. And
not the same.
trunk-or-treat is not fun either.
Huh.
You want to go to the houses.
I think so, too.
You want to go knock on the door. And
sure.
Besides, it's a good way to get to know the neighbors, If you don't know them, you walk up and introduce yourself.
Again, according to one study, safety is a big concern. Car accidents.
Yeah.
Kids running around in the neighborhoods. People think that's something that they're afraid of. So am I to take it that our parents just didn't care?
They didn't care.
Didn't give a hoot.
No.
I mean, I was dressed all in black, running around the street. I didn't have anything reflective on.
No, you didn't.
I didn't have a flashlight.
No.
I think I was a ninja one year. The whole idea was not to be seen. What am I going to do? Wear orange?
One of those people who counted votes all those years ago?
One of the ninjas.
Okay.
Yes, that's exactly who I was. All right. Well, we'll find out. You'll see tonight. We'll find out, is trick-or-treating dying? Is it dead on the vine?
Interesting.
Right. Hey, checking the headlines coming up next. Next up, why does the average American have only 4 close friends? And why is it going down? We're talking about it next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, let's talk about your windows. You need new ones. You've got builder-grade windows. Those are no good. They let in the heat. Your air conditioning bill goes through the roof. It's time to replace your windows. So I make sure that you always have the very best local business to go to. Here's one. 39 years in business. Local Arizona company. Family-owned and operated. Advanced Window Products. Sales and installation, all in-house at Advanced Window Products. You don't have to worry about having 6 different numbers to 6 different types of businesses where, they'll do this to your window, then another company comes in, and then they seal it, and then another company comes. No. Everything from start to finish is done by Advanced Window Products. They build the windows, they install the windows, and then they guarantee them for life. Lifetime warranty. 480-764-2002. The Gatos Fall sales event is almost ending. If you call today, you can still get $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. 480-764-2002. AdvancedWindows.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
At Bank of America, we asked our people, how do you take ownership of your career?
I'm able to grow my way by putting the priorities that I have for my career first.
I thrive on being a leader who's behind the team, not in front of the team.
Every few years, I'm being re-energized because I get to do something different and learn something new.
See how our teammates are growing in their careers at bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America. Proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
If you're on the job day in and day out, living with pain in your knees, hips, back, or shoulders is miserable. The good news, QC Kinetics gets it. They understand guys like you.
They don't have the luxury of taking time off. They want to keep working. We are built for those guys that want to keep working and want to stay active. So the vast majority of who we see are the blue-collar guys like me and you.
QC Kinetics uses biologic therapies, just like pro athletes have used for years, to get you lasting pain relief with no surgery.
I want you to continue working. I want you to continue exercising. The joints are made to be moved.
The treatments at QC Kinetics are fast and non-invasive.
It's not a lot of time commitment on your part. There is no downtime or recovery time. You don't need short-term disability with what we do. We want to keep you active.
Call QC Kinetics now to set up your free no-obligation consultation. Learn how you can get real pain relief.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR. News Flash.
It's 4:45. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. President Trump is signaling his administration will not appeal rulings from 2 federal judges ordering funding for the SNAP program to continue. But in a post on Truth Social, the president says the court has given conflicting opinions on what can and can't be done. Therefore, he has asked his lawyers to seek clarification on how the program can legally be funded as soon as possible. He goes on to blame Democrats for the continuing federal government shutdown. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
We're going to go out to the West Valley where we've got a closure this evening. Here's John Roller with a look at it in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yeah, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Let's try to help folks relieve some of the stress after a long week and trying to get home for Halloween. We've got a full closure, northbound Loop 303. This is the outer loop, and this crash happened right before Grand Avenue, and all lanes are shut down right now. So let's help you get around this. At this point, the backup, and it is heavy, is all the way back to Greenway Road. So may want to think about bailing and maybe heading north on Cotton Lane or even Reams Road, but this cuts through Sun City Grand. So it is going to tack on some extra minutes. Again, a full closure. Northbound Loop 303, the outer loop is closed right at Grand Avenue. Heavy slowing starting at Greenway. John Roller, KTAR News.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today.
480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America. Fighting for you, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Rosie on the house. Saturday mornings means it's time for Rosie on the house, an Arizona tradition since 1988.
Starting at 8, it's 3 hours of information packed about your Arizona home. Whatever it is you're trying to do around your house, home, castle, or cabin, we've probably tried to do it before, and we can help you do it and do it Rosie right. Right here, Rosie on the house.
Saturday mornings, 8 to 11 on 92.3 KTAR.
Hi, Chris Merrill. You may have seen that proposal to rename the 7th Street Bridge after Charlie Kirk got voted down resoundingly by the Phoenix City Council. What gives? Do they all just hate Charlie? Find out what it takes to rename a landmark. Monday at 2 on the Chris and Joe Show.
See, ghosts are happy ghosts. They're fun. Ghostbusters. It's not scary.
You know, I sang with Ray Parker Jr. this very song on this very radio station on Halloween. Maybe we'll play it a little later.
We might have to.
Yeah. My voice, when it sings, it's like an angel.
It's the voice of an angel,
It's
without
really,
a doubt.
Bruce, in
Yes,
about 3 minutes.
Oh, dear.
3 minutes.
What's happening in 3 minutes?
We will open up the phones.
Oh.
And we will begin the process of starting the 20th annual Creep Show. Scare us for prizes.
Yep.
Your calls at 277-5827.
Yeah, you have to get in and
Your real life story of the supernatural.
Yeah.
We've done it for 20 years. This will be the 20th year. So in about 3 minutes, we're going to open up the phones and we're going to start screening you all in because we're getting tons of messages about when are we opening the phones. Coming up in about 3 minutes.
3 minutes, phones will be open.
All right.
So I don't know how to take this, Gatos, but let me give you the latest. This is according to a study from the people that do studies. The average American can count their close friends on one hand. Literally.
Okay.
Researchers reveal that most adults maintain 3.6, we'll round it up to 4, close friendships at any given time. A small circle that continues to shrink. Here's why I say that. Over the last 10 years, people report losing about 9 friendships, basically one a year. So 10 years ago, they had 14 friends. Now they're down to 4.
I think your friends go into categories.
Well, I was going to say, I think I need a definition of close friend.
I agree. Facebook friends, a lot
That
of
doesn't
times,
count.
perimeter friends.
Perimeter, that's a good point.
When I have perimeter friends, I don't make time for perimeter friends.
No time for, okay. That's like the line.
I just don't have the time.
Okay.
I want to be around the people who I'm close with.
Okay.
And so I'll make the time for them. But,
the Gato's bride is your best friend, though.
Oh, yeah. I mean, but I don't even.
It goes without saying.
I don't know if you count. I'm not counting marriage.
Okay.
Just me.
All right.
Because I've got friends that I met in 1996.
Yeah.
And, we have been close forever, but we don't see each other like we used to.
Yeah.
But if something happens, I know I can go there.
I was always told one of the great things, friends show up.
Friends show up.
Friends show up.
That's right. Right.
But when it said that the average person has 4 close friends, I don't think I have 4. I have
total or
close
good,
friends. I don't think I have that many.
Listen, I think you're lucky if you got a few really close friends.
Yeah. I had one pass away. My best friend passed away. You lose one. I didn't replace him with somebody else, for goodness sakes.
No.
Thinking of you today, Kevin.
Yeah.
But I don't say this. This isn't a woe is me. I'm not lonely or alone. It's just I don't seem to have a very. I've never kind of been like that.
I also think you have seasons.
Do explain.
You go through seasons where you are friends and you are close, and then maybe, who knows, you get married. You move
your situation changes.
Move to another part of town. Doesn't mean that you're not friends anymore, but that season of maybe being really, really close friends, you move on, and then, now we're around other people, and yeah.
Well, and they said that one of the biggest reasons why friendships fracture or go away is because people move. Geographical is the issue. You're not around them as much. You don't see them as much, and they kind of fall out of the close friends. Can I tell you, I was thinking about this because I used to be terrified of eating alone in restaurants.
Oh, gosh.
And I could not do it. Because I would see a person sitting alone, like at a restaurant or a bar, anywhere, and I would feel bad. Oh my God, this poor lonely person. And I was very self-conscious, and I go, I never want to be that. As I've gotten older now, you know what I realize? That guy sitting alone. Oh my God, it's heaven, absolute heaven. He's living the life. This is what you should aim for.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So real quick to put a bow on this.
Putting a bow.
I was talking about, my friends when I first got here. I met this group of friends, 1996. My buddy just called me. He just texted me.
He said,
whenever, wherever, I would be there.
Yeah.
So
friends show up.
That's what it is.
Friends
I don't see him every day.
No.
I don't see him every week. He needs something. I'm there.
Still close friends. Good
Ladies and gentlemen.
Here we go.
The phones have opened.
Yep.
And the lights soon will go down.
Not literally.
On this very show. The candles will be lit. It is time for year 20 of the Creep Show. Scare us for prizes. We want you to call us and tell us about your real-life encounter with the supernatural. We do this every year. And your phone number is 602-277-5827. 277 KTAR. We've got some great tickets to certain places and music festivals and all that. And all you have to do is just tell the truth. How you were scared. Something happened to you. Maybe you can't explain it. Well, that's what the Creep Show is about. Scare us for prizes. Your real-life encounter with the supernatural starts in about 5 or 6 minutes. So get online at 277-5827. And be prepared, Bruce, for your shorts to fill.
You got it. Checking the headlines on the way, and then, you heard it. Up next, the 20th Annual Creep Show. Scare us for prizes. It's coming up right here. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, let's talk about the water issue in your house. So here's the deal. You need Aquazona Connecticut in your life. You need an Aquazona Connecticut system so badly. Here's why. We know what the water in Arizona is all about. It's got contaminants. It's got chlorine. It's got the floaty things that you always see. You know, you can call today ask about trials or same as cash, no interest financing. You can visit aquazona.com. But I'm telling you, your water, especially on this Halloween, is scary. And it shouldn't be. So what I would do is I would call Aquazona Connecticut, tell them Gato sent you. They will come to your house for free, test your water right in front of your eyes, and show you some of the dangers and some of the bad things that are in your water. 602-910-6570. You can also go and visit aquazona.com.
Seeking top-notch quality vitamins and supplements at always affordable prices? Look no further than Natural Grocers brand supplements. Amidst the online haze of quality, Natural Grocers shines through with potent ingredients and the best manufacturing standards. Their name stands for trust, proven through time and generations. So enjoy your food and supplements the rest with Natural Grocers brand vitamins and supplements. Visit naturalgrocers.com to find a store near you.
Introducing healthcare coverage with care built in. AZ Blue does more than pay for care. We help deliver it. Prosano Health Plans by AZ Blue give you exclusive access to Prosano Healthcare Centers. With 10 convenient locations and $0 healthcare at Prosano Healthcare Centers included in the premium, you'll get more care from your health plan. Prosano Health Plans by AZ Blue. Learn more at azblue.com/Prosano Plans. That's azblue.com/Prosano Plans.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. It's the place I've trusted with my own estate plan, so I know how important this is, Stuart. So most people think trusts are just for the wealthy, but here in Arizona, definitely not the case, right?
That's right, Jim. And, look, without a trust, it's very likely that your estate is going to go through probate, which means that it's the courts that decide who gets your money. Oh. It's costly, it's public, and oftentimes super stressful for families. A trust keeps things private. It avoids delays, ensures the right people inherit your money, and we don't stop at one document. We create a full estate planning portfolio with wills, power of attorneys, healthcare directives, and living wills for end-of-life decisions.
The way my 10 and 12-year-old fight over everything, I can't imagine them fighting over my estate. So contact Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax and get a free portfolio review. Go to assetpreservationwealth.com. Tell them Jim Sharp sent you at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
It's the final weekend of the biggest savings event of the year. AutoNation's annual Sell Down. Buy with zero down. We're selling down new cars, trucks, SUVs and crossovers, hybrids, EVs, even luxury models. Save thousands now and buy with zero down. Don't wait. The Sell Down ends this weekend. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation dealership. Shop AutoNation.com.
Financing for a limited term on approved above-average credit plus tax, tag, title, and fees. See store for details.
Hey, it's Brewmed. I'm with Dan from Creative Environments, Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. What are the latest trends in outdoor living spaces heading into the winter?
It's outdoor luxury living. Kitchens, spas, lawn areas for gatherings, pickleball courts, fountains. It truly is an outdoor living experience. Very, very driven and client-specific is where we're focused.
Go to creativeenvironments.com. That's creativeenvironments.com.
Tempted to decorate for the holidays early? We like your style. Right now at Kohl's, save 20% on decor, hosting essentials, and more. Plus, get $10 off $50 spent. So go ahead, hang up that wreath, swap out those couch pillows for ones with snowflakes. And while others are panic shopping later, you'll already be cozied up feeling pretty great about these early Kohl's deals. Select styles, offers end November 2nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I'm opening my own coffee shop.
I smell a caffeinated catastrophe.
And I needed menu boards and banners printed.
What you really needed was a reality check.
Staples really came through. They printed menus and signs, even flyers in time for my grand opening.
And that's when the other shoe dropped.
Not quite. I got $125 off my custom print order.
Cha-ching! For your business printing, Staples.
That was easy.
Now save up to $125 on custom print orders. Valid in-store and online until 11/1. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 5:01. I'm Becky Lynn.
And even if the SNAP benefits are turned back on immediately on Monday, we still have the weekend.
Arizona AG Chris May says it's great news that federal courts ruled the Trump administration must fund SNAP, but does have some hesitations about it. KTAR's Ballin Overstolz talked with the AG and joins us now live at the News Center with more.
That decision came just days after AG Mays joined a Democrat coalition suing the Fed for not funding SNAP as the government shutdown pushes on. With the ruling the program must be funded, Mays says it's possible for the president to push back.
They may seek a stay, which would, if that stay were to be approved by a judge, then the money wouldn't flow and the SNAP benefits wouldn't flow.
She's also worried the administration could ignore the courts.
Donald Trump decided to use this as some kind of a bargaining chip in the budget issues.
Mays also says it may take weeks for the SNAP program to go back to normal. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstolz, KTAR News.
Enough is enough. That's from Governor Katie Hobbs amid the continuing federal government shutdown that could potentially cut off food assistance and Head Start programs.
I'm a social worker. I talk about that all the time. And I am so incredibly frustrated by the dysfunction in Washington and these politicians who don't care about the harm that they're causing to Arizonans or Americans.
Governor says it's up to the president now to follow her lead when Arizona faced a potential shutdown earlier this year and bring both sides to the table to find a solution. Use crosswalks, mind the safety signals, and always look both ways before you cross the road. That's good advice for kids and adults tonight, according to Yomira Castillo, Injury Prevention Program Manager for the Department of Health Services. Some other safety pointers.
And this goes for all ages, is you want to make sure that you decorate your costumes with bags or reflective tape or stickers, and if possible, choose light colors. It's easier for people to see when you're wearing a lighter color versus something that's very, very dark.
According to nonprofit Safe Kids, worldwide children are more than 3 times as likely to be hit by a car on Halloween. A happy reunion in Mississippi with a dog that had been missing for 5 years. Penny was found in Volusia County, Florida, on the Atlantic coast, when Animal Services finally read her microchip and identified her original owners, about a 10-hour drive away. Nobody knows how Penny traveled from Mississippi to Florida, but her owner, Christy Taylor, is just elated that she's back.
It was so coincidental that just a couple of nights earlier, we were talking about Penny missing, and then Jen calls and says that Penny's been located, like 10 hours away from home.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
Never a good time for a closure, but on Halloween, as you're heading for trick-or-treat, let's get more news on it now from John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yeah, thank you very much, Becky Lynn, and let's try to help folks at least relieve a little bit of the stress as they try to get home for trick-or-treating. We got a full closure over in the Sun City West area. This is northbound Loop 303, the outer loop. This crash happened right near Clearview Boulevard. Multiple vehicles involved, and all lanes are shut down right now. So I'm taking a look at the backup, and it is backed up all the way to Waddell. So may want to think about heading eastbound on Waddell. Grand Avenue into Sun City West, looking pretty good right now. You've got some slowing if you stay through this. You've got slowing heading eastbound at Bell Road with people trying to catch up to Grand Avenue. Nevertheless, heavy slowing, about 4 miles of heavy slowing due to this full closure. Northbound Loop 303, the outer loop. This happened right at Clearview Boulevard. You're backed up all the way back to Waddell. Traffic is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Get your $59 heating tune-up today. Call 480-344-0082 or visit dayandnightair.com. Conditions apply. John Roller, KTAR News.
Getting to be about trick-or-treat time now, especially for the little ones. And about 7 to 9 o'clock, we're going to be in the 70s tonight. Perfect for trick-or-treating. Overnight, 63, and tomorrow's high, 89. Right now, it's 86 in Scottsdale. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Outspoken Creep Show with Bruce and Gators. A spooky tradition where you will scare us for prizes.
Here we go. Year number 20.
What's happening?
The Outspoken Creep Show. Happy Halloween, everybody. This is the part where you call us at 277-5827, 602-277-KTAR, and tell us about your real-life encounter with the supernatural. 277-5827.
If you're watching on the KTAR YouTube channel, they have decorated the studio.
Looks amazing, by the way.
The lights are down.
We got the lights down.
There are flaming pumpkins, and
there you go.
We've got pumpkins. Yeah. We've got some. What is that thing behind you? A torch?
It's a hand with a torch coming out of it.
Okay.
So watch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
It definitely is.
And your job is to call us at 277-KTAR.
Yeah.
Scare us for prizes. Your real-life encounter with the supernatural. Bruce, are you ready to go?
No, but it's going to happen anyway. So let's just do it.
All right. Andy in Phoenix, you are first. Andy, how are you today?
Andy, my man.
Andy, are you there?
Hold on.
Yep, hang on.
You're breaking up, Andy.
Here we go. All right, you're there, Andy. You ready? Andy. All right, let's go to Christian on KTAR. Christian, can you hear us?
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Clear as a bell.
Yes. All right.
Hey, let's go.
Here we go. Go ahead.
Okay, y'all ready? Okay.
Yep.
So, I am from a small town in Blacksville, Idaho. And you can fact check this. There is an insane asylum there, and back in the 1800s, they built some homes for the doctors to be close to that site. Well, back in the early 2000s, me and my family bought a home, and I'm a kid at the time, right? We bought a home there. We were always feeling a presence, always scared. So we actually used to do sleepovers in the living room all the time because us kids were so terrified. It's me, my brother, and my sister, and my father. Anyways, so we're sleeping one night, and my dad wakes me up. Tell your brother to lay down. And I look up, and there's a black shadow standing. I thought it was my little brother. It was the height of a little boy. Tell him to sit down. He didn't. Well, I fell back asleep. A few minutes later, my dad wakes me up again. Tell your brother to lay down. So this time I get up, and I go to turn the light on, and when I turn it on, nobody's there.
No.
My brother's laying down. Yes.
Yeah, no, I don't like that at all.
Who do you think it was?
Probably a little boy that was as scared as me back in the day.
Yeah, I was going to say.
All right. Hey, good start, Christian. Thank you.
All right, Christian, hold on there. All right.
277-KTAR. Scare us for prizes. Now, let's try Andy again in Phoenix. Andy, can you hear us?
Any better?
No. Steve in Santan Valley.
STV, what's up?
All right, Steve, how are you today?
I am fantastic. How are you?
Good. Your real-life story of the supernatural. Go ahead.
All right, so my wife and I, our son and daughter, about 4 and 3 years old at the time. One night, she woke up in the middle of the night, about 3 a.m., with just an unbelievable scream. She had had a nightmare. She was sitting up in bed, and I asked her, I said, that must have been some dream. She said, I had a dream that we were in bed here in our house, that I saw a presence walk into our son's room who was 4, and I knew something was wrong, so I got out of bed.
You got out of bed. I think the ghost got him. I think we lost him.
No, you're there.
I don't think so. I think we lost him. Oh, crying out loud.
I hear breathing.
I know, that wasn't me. All right, 277-5827. 277-KTAR. All right, KTAR, go ahead. What is your story?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, sir.
All right, my name is Bob, and I'll make this very quick.
Okay, Bob.
And concise. It was Phoenix, Arizona, 1978.
Ooh.
I was 12 years old. I was sitting in my bedroom, fast asleep, laying down. And I woke up suddenly at 3 o'clock in the morning, like I hadn't been sleeping. I sat in my bed, pressed my back against the wall, and sat there in my room by myself, awake, looking around the room. From behind me, my back against the wall, a hand comes down.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. And it's a large, chubby, cold hand. And the thumb is pointed towards the wall, so it's from behind me. I start screaming. And my voice hadn't changed yet, so I have a very high-pitched voice. I'm screaming like a little girl. And I am screaming, and I'm grabbing this hand with both of my hands, trying to pry it off of my head. It keeps coming up a little bit and going back down. Suddenly, the door opens. My mother breaks into the room. My other sisters have come into my shout. The light flashes on, and the hand tumbles off and lands by the trash can from the wrist. And I am freaked out. And I'm pointing at the trash can. I know they're going to see a hand, and there's nothing there.
Oh, gosh.
My mother tells me, you were having a bad dream, Bobby. It was a pillow on your head. I'm like, no, it wasn't. And to this day, 47 years later, that story has never changed. And my sister later told me that she heard somebody running through the house that night.
Oh.
When they were coming into my room.
All right, Bruce, let's give Bob a prize. Which one would you like to give Bob?
Oh, my goodness. What do I have to give him? I got a lot of stuff to give him.
Yeah, go ahead.
You want tickets to the Hondo Rodeo Music Festival, Dreamy Draw Music Festival, Cirque du Soleil, or the Innings Festival? What do you think?
Yeah.
The Hondo would be awesome. By the way, I just got scared telling you that story.
I got scared you telling me the story, for goodness sakes, Bob. All right, hold on. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna get. We're giving you tickets. Oh my Lanta!
All right, 602-277.
I would disown him if that was like my brother. So you're out of the family.
Say again.
You're out of the family if that's my brother. We're gonna move on.
If that's your brother.
Yeah, you're not right.
All right, let's do this. Let's step aside.
Oh,
we're gonna get more calls at 277-5827. So far, so good. I mean, some really creepy stuff.
There's some creep going on.
So this is the 20th Creep Show, where you scare us for prizes, and all you have to do is tell the truth. Tell us about your real-life story of the supernatural, all right? 602-277-KTAR, 602-277-5827. More of the Creep Show in a moment.
Absolutely. We're going to do a check of the headlines. Becky Lynn has got that for us. It's coming up, and then... God, just don't scare me so much, people. Come on. Trajan well.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:14. I'm Becky Lynn. This is what you need to know right now. Who's going to be the quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals when they take on the Dallas Cowboys on Monday night? Well, that's still an open question, but either way, Tyler Drake with ArizonaSports.com tells Arizona's Morning News it's a good matchup for the Cardinals.
So if you can get Kyler Murray back in the saddle, back starting, or really Jacoby Brissett, if you still have to roll with him, they should be able to move the ball down the field against this very, very bad defense.
Cardinals are coming off a bye week and are hoping to end their 5-game losing streak. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
It's a West Valley closure. Let's see how it's looking with John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yeah, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Let's try to help some folks get around this and relieve a little stress as you try to make your way home for Halloween tonight. We've got a full closure. Northbound Loop 303. This is the outer loop, and this crash happened right near Clearview Boulevard, right near Sun City Grand there, and it has all lanes shut down, and we've got heavy slowing all the way back to Waddell. Waddell, if you head eastbound, you can catch up to Grand Avenue. Right now, Grand Avenue not looking too bad as you head north into the Sun City Grand area. Same thing with Cactus. That might be an alternate. But again, northbound lanes, 303, the outer loop shut down right at Clearview Boulevard. No estimated time of reopening. John Roller, KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, your costume should be scary. Not your retirement. Trajan Wealth can help take the fear out of financial planning. And they do it without being condescending. They do it without judgment. You can trust sitting down with one of their fiduciary advisors, being able to ask questions of them. They're going to ask some of you as well. They need to understand you better, understand your goals, your expectations, your horizon, all of this. And the end result is you leave with some peace of mind. You leave with a plan, something that you guys came up with together, and something that Trajan Wealth and their fiduciary advisors can make come true for you. Listen, it all starts with a simple phone call. 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300. That's the number to reach out to Trajan Wealth right now and get started on your financial future. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The Outspoken Creep Show with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, quick shout out to everyone in El Mirage. The El Miragians.
A lot of haunted places out there.
Are there?
I don't know.
Don't know. Could be. It's called El Mirage. I don't know.
Love it.
Shout out to El Mirage. All right. It is the 20th annual Creep Show where people are scaring us for prizes, Gatos.
That's right. Your real life encounter with the supernatural. 277-5827. 277 KTAR. All right. Let's see. Let's go to Andre on KTAR. Andre, are you there?
Hello, yes I am.
Hey, Andre.
Right. Go ahead. Your scary encounter with the supernatural.
It's on you, Dre.
Okay, I apologize. It's not an eyewitness account, but I'm from the islands. I'm from Hawaii.
Okay.
If anyone is from Hawaii, there's a known scary story about a camp called Camp Pupakea, and in this camp, Boy Scouts always hear this story of a tale where some Boy Scouts were playing on an abandoned trolley or a gondola, and one of the boys fell down and fell a long ways, and when he hit the ground, a stake went through his neck.
Oh.
And his mother went crazy, and the story is that she is haunting the Camp Pupakea area, and she tries to chase the Boy Scouts with a stake in her hand. And I wasn't there, but when my brother said that when they were playing hide and seek, they saw this female dressed in white with a white face and red hair, and she's known as the Camp Pupakea lady, hunting Boy Scouts.
Oh my gosh!
Oh goodness! By the way, I know he's from the island. You know why? I can't pronounce camp. I can't even know the name
can't
of it.
do it.
I can't do it. That's only Hawaiians can pronounce that.
That's a pretty good one. 277-5827.
It's a little scary.
Here is Michael. Michael, what is your real-life story of the supernatural?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Can you hear me?
Yes,
loud
go
and
ahead.
clear.
All right. So when I was a teenager, I lived in the Midwest in South Dakota.
Sorry to hear that.
And one year for Halloween, we go out to one of the local reservations. There was this farmhouse out there that had been abandoned for like 80, 90 years. Supposedly the whole family had been like brutally murdered.
Oh, don't
So we think it's a great idea. Yeah, we think it's a great idea to go check that out.
Oh, no.
So we get there. And I guess like the local people would routinely leave lines of salt in front of the door because it's supposed to keep any spirits from entering or leaving a building.
It is? Okay.
So we
I
just
didn't know.
cross right over it, thinking nothing of it. And as soon as we enter this house, you feel like a heaviness in the air, like you're just not wanted there. So we're walking around checking out this place. Wait,
stop. You're supposed to leave when you get that feeling.
Keep walking. Keep going.
God's sake.
Yeah, no, I'd be the guy that dies first in a horror movie. Anyway, so I go to the second floor, and I'm checking out. There's this old mirror up there in the second floor. It was so old that, like, the silvering of the mirror had turned almost opaque. So I can't see my features. I can just see myself as, like, a silhouette. So I'm looking in this mirror, and I see another silhouette come up behind me. I think it's my buddy. So I turn around, like, laughing, and there's nobody there. And I couldn't. I gotta go back down to my friend. We run out. We leave.
Yeah.
I couldn't look in mirrors for the next, like, 6 months. I swear, I could see someone over my left shoulder.
No. Oh, my gosh. All right. That was good. That was really good. All right. Give Michael one of those prizes.
You get a prize. Yeah, you're going to get the Hondo Rodeo Festival, Dreamy Draw, Cirque du Soleil,
give him
doing a holiday show, or the Innings Festival. All of them are tremendous shows. Lots of stuff. Okay. With the music.
Let's go next. The Creep Show. Martin in Glendale. Hello, Martin.
Hello, guys. How you doing?
Doing well, Marty. How you?
Doing good. Well, I got this one that I just moved into this place, right? And I know this maintenance guy for years. He turned me on to this place in Glendale. And after a few weeks, I call him and I tell him, hey, you know what, buddy? You better come and check these pipes out. Because every night, like around 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, I hear pipes are knocking. He's like, are you serious? I'm like, yeah. I said, you got to come and check it out. So he goes the next day and he starts checking the pipes. He goes, Martin, he goes, there's nothing wrong with your pipes. Everything looks good.
Mm-hmm.
What's this knocking that you hear? And I said, I hear this knocking that sounds like it's on the table, but it sounds like, like on the pipes.
Yeah.
He says, are you shitting me? I said, no. I said, you just hear some knocking.
Okay.
And he says, you know what, Martin? I hate to tell you this, but the guy that used to live here before you, he was an older man, used to live here with his nephew. And he used to come in the kitchen, and he had a stroke. So the way he would communicate with his nephew is he would tap on the table whenever he needed something. I said, you got to be kidding me, boss. He said, no. He says, is that what you're saying? Yeah, and every time I get up and I go to the kitchen to see what's banging, the sound just stops. He goes, that's the way he used to communicate with his nephew. No. He would tap
Bang
on the table to let him know that he needed something. I said, bro, you got to get me a discount on this place.
Yeah.
And until now, it still happens. It still happens until now.
Oh,
every time at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning.
You're still there.
Leave. No, you don't stay, Martin. No.
And you said it's like
I gotta stay, man. It's cheap, bro. It's $1,100 a month. $1,100 a month for a 2-bedroom.
You're in.
Okay. So you said it's like 2 or 3 in the morning, right?
Yeah.
Every morning at
3
o'clock in the morning. You just you hear that tapping. I'm like, God, here we go again.
Here we go again.
That's the witching.
All I
That's
do
the
now
witching
is
hour.
I just count the tappings. Okay, now he's going to start. And I count the tappings, and I just fall back to sleep. I just ignore him from now on.
You just learned to live with your ghost now.
Oh.
He just lives with his ghost.
All right, hold on, Martin.
Martin's perfectly okay with it. He's like, yeah, it's like his roommate.
If you're watching on the KTAR YouTube channel, Bruce got out of his seat. Okay, got out of his seat for that one.
Yo, look, I get goosebumps. I don't like that. Oh my God, I would leave immediately.
I'm out.
You would never see me in that place again.
Wow, that one was good. All right, Martin will get a prize.
Martin gets prize.
All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to gear up for the second half.
Do we have to?
Yes.
Okay, just checking.
We are going to gear up for the second half of the Creep Show. 20th annual. Amazing. This is where you scare us for prizes.
We've got some cool prizes. Can I give a quick shout out? We've got tickets to the Hondo Rodeo Fest with Nickelback, Kid Rock, Jason Aldean. We've got Dreamy Drop Music Festival tickets, Lumineers, Vampire Weekend, and more. We've got the Cirque du Soleil holiday show they're doing. And we've got tickets to the Innings Festival with Mumford & Sons, Goo Goo Dolls, 21 Pilots, KG Elephant, Blink-182, Sublime, and Public Enemy. Your boy, Flava Flav, is going to be here.
I almost killed Flavor Flav with my car by accident.
The 20th annual Creep Show, Scare Us for Prizes, continues next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Arizona Painting Company, I want you to text them. Maybe the outside of your house looks spooky, and it's not supposed to. Like, you're looking at the paint color on your home. On the outside of your house, you're like, yeah, you know what? I don't even know what color it used to be. Got to get your house painted. you know, and maybe you live in an HOA. They're going to be knocking on your door soon. Even if you don't live in an HOA, you don't want to be the ugliest house in the block. And maybe also, you know, you're having Thanksgiving dinner at your house. Well, if that's the case, perfect time to get your home painted. There is a discount waiting for you right now. When you text the word paint to 620-620, you will have the Arizona Painting Company, 20 plus years, right here in the Valley, locally owned and operated. They do residential and commercial. Best and most skilled painters in the desert, a foreman with the crew on site at all times, making sure everything's great. And everything will be great. They just finished the interior of my home, A+. A+++ job. All right? Text the word paint to 620-620. And when you hire the Arizona Painting Company, you'll love watching paint dry.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News. Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Mark your calendar. Saturday, November 8th, Tombstone Tactical, Smith & Wesson teaming up for a great event. Lifted trucks, cigars, whiskey, and of course, Smith & Wesson. They'll be giving away a Smith & Wesson rifle. Also enjoy whiskey from Granite Mountain Distillery. And they have Fumar cigars on site and HP Diesel. It's a great event. They are located on the southbound frontage road of the I-17 between Peoria and Dunlap. And you can always find their full inventory on their website, tombstonetactical.com.
At KTAR News, we stand with those who've served, and we're proud to support the Pat Tillman Foundation. Named for Arizona's own hero, the foundation empowers Tillman scholars, veterans, and military spouses who are leading the charge in medicine, education, public service, and beyond. Their courage didn't end on the battlefield. It continues in classrooms, communities, and boardrooms across the nation. KTAR News and your Valley Chevy dealers salutes the Pat Tillman Foundation and every scholar shaping a better tomorrow. Because honoring service means investing in the future. Learn more at PatTillmanFoundation.org.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I'm opening my own coffee shop.
I smell a caffeinated catastrophe.
And I needed menu boards and banners printed.
What you really needed was a reality check.
Staples really came through. They printed menus and signs, even flyers in time for my grand opening.
And that's when the other shoe dropped.
Not quite. I got $125 off my custom print order.
Cha-ching! For your business printing, Staples.
That was easy.
Now save up to $125 on custom print orders. Valid in-store and online. Ends 11/1. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:30. I'm Becky Lynn. The federal government must use billions in a contingency fund to keep SNAP benefits going during the government shutdown. That's according to 2 federal judges. KTAR's Heidi Hummel joins us live from the News Center with the details.
Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego spoke at a St. Mary's Volunteer Center earlier today before the ruling came down.
If a solution is not reached in Washington, D.C. or in the courts, this will be an emergency. It will be a crisis.
1 in 8 Arizonans receive SNAP benefits. The program costs the country $8.5 billion a month, and with a little over $5 billion in the contingency fund, it will likely take some time to calculate and distribute partial benefits for the month of November. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Eyes on Education.
Mesa Public Schools opening up 2 new high schools next year, adding on to existing junior highs 1 grade at a time. Mesa Public Schools Superintendent Matthew Strom says the new locations will provide smaller learning environments for students.
Our Franklin High School model that will be spun up next year and our Shepherd College Prep model that will be spun up at Shepherd Junior High. They're both going to be schools that have maximum cohorts of 150 students, and they'll never be a high school any larger than 600 kids.
You can read more Education Solutions stories at KTAR.com/education. Well, today, millions of YouTube viewers can't see ABC, ESPN, and the full portfolio of Disney networks. The agreement between ABC's parent company, Disney, and Google's YouTube TV expired at midnight, without negotiators resolving an impasse over how much YouTube should pay Disney for its programming. ABC's Rebecca Jarvis explains what programming is no longer available.
From College Game Day, where ABC is the most watched network in college football, up 23% compared to last year, to Monday Night Football, where the Cowboys will face off with the Cardinals, to Dancing with the Stars, which had its biggest premiere in 5 years and has seen viewership skyrocket for 5 weeks. Your local news, GMA and World News Tonight, it's all gone dark along with ESPN and the Disney networks.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
Let's check out our troubles out in the West Valley. John Roller's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. We've been keeping an eye on this full closure of the northbound Loop 303 outer loop. We had a very serious crash right at Clearview Boulevard, and it looks like troopers are getting ready to open up some lanes there. You still have heavy slowing heading northbound as you make your way to Grand Avenue. If you are getting this report and you normally go northbound on the 303, might want to consider Grand Avenue into Sun City Grand or Sun City West. Waddell Cactus over to Grand might be another way to get around this crash. We'll keep an eye on it, but lanes are starting to open back up. Traffic is brought to you by the Beatitudes Campus. No tricks, only treats right here. See for yourself at Beatitudes Campus. Take a tour or stop by an upcoming event. Text RSVP to 620-620. John Roller, KTAR News.
It's getting to be about trick-or-treat time, starting to get dark. The little ones will be heading out pretty soon, and it's going to be in the 70s for most of trick-or-treat from 7 to 9, but then overnight 63, and tomorrow's high 89. Sunday about the same. In Mesa, it's 85. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Outspoken Creep Show with Bruce and Gatos. A spooky tradition where you will scare us for prizes.
All right, second half of the Creep Show, where you scare us for prizes, 277 KTAR. Your real-life encounter with the supernatural. We've been doing this. This is the 20th year. Pretty cool.
You'd think we'd run out of scary stories.
No.
Apparently, there's a lot of them out there.
All right. Next up is Stacy in Phoenix. Hi, Stacy. How are you?
How you doing, Stacy?
Hi. Good. How are you?
Good. Go ahead with your story of your real-life encounter. I was
going to say, I'm going to let you know how I'm doing after your story.
With
Keep
the
going.
supernatural.
Right. On you, Stacy.
Oh, okay. Okay. So Arrowhead Ranch is 100% haunted.
Whoa.
And I had two encounters in my house, but I'll tell you the one. I was alone in my house. It's a 2-story, 2 toddlers and about an 18-month-old, 16-month-old. He starts screaming, the baby. So I run up the stairs. It's not a normal scream. It's like a bad scream. I run up the stairs, and I go in his room, and he's standing in his crib, pointing at the corner of his room.
Whoa.
So I pick him up and take him downstairs, and then his two brothers start screaming and crying. So I run up there, I go bring them both downstairs, and when I got downstairs, I noticed that on my kitchen counter, I had a glass of water, and the water was flushing back and forth, like splashing back and forth, and I had not been anywhere by the counter, so, yeah.
And did you see anything? You just the kids saw it, but you didn't.
I didn't see anything. There was another time I did see, I was like super duper pregnant, and I woke up and I saw like a figure. I guess it was a person, but I couldn't see any like real features except for big curly hair, and I kind of tried to blink it away, and it wouldn't blink away. So finally it did, and I got up to use the bathroom, and my water broke.
Oh, geez, the ghost broke your water. Holy.
The ghost broke my water. They were trying to tell me my water was going to break.
Stacy, why do you still live there exactly? What's going on?
Oh, no. Don't live there. I would never buy a house there.
Okay.
Oh, you're gone.
That's
Okay.
what I 100% believe.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
100%. That's Stacy.
I don't
the
know.
baby standing up in the crib pointing? Yeah, I'm not good with that.
We've never had a call where a ghost broke someone's water.
There is that. There's a first time for everything, apparently.
All right, 277-5827. Isabel in Chandler
Hi,
on
Isabel.
KTAR. Hi, Isabel.
Hi. How
All right.
are you guys?
Good. Your story of the
We'll see.
real life supernatural. Go ahead.
Okay, so in Mesa, we bought a house in the downtown historical district. It was built in 1906.
Ooh.
And we bought it for its beauty and just its history and what have you. And we move in, and the neighbors come, and they're welcoming you, and they said, "Have you met the ghost yet?"
Oh, gosh.
And okay, whatever.
Right.
So we just kind of go on with it, and then one day this lady comes to my door, and she says, "I used to live here in the 70s." And I said, okay. She goes, "Have you met the ghost yet?"
Oh, jeez.
And so I was like, "No, unfortunately not." She says, "Well, did you find a way to the basement?" I said, "There is no basement." I asked when we bought the house. And she goes, "Yeah, there's a basement." And I said, "Okay." No. She goes, "Can I come in and show you?" And I said, "Sure." So she goes, "You'll need a screwdriver."
Hi.
So my husband went and got a screwdriver on the stairs. It was a 2-story house. On the stairs, we counted 3 steps. And then in the crease where the wood meets, you stab it, you pull it forward, the 3 steps come out, and downstairs was the basement.
Oh, gosh,
So
a
she
hidden
began
basement.
She began to tell us a little history. And I have a friend who is a psychic or claims to be a psychic. So I didn't tell her anything about this. She comes over to the house and she goes, "You know, a kid died in this house."
Here we go.
And I'm like, okay. So she's saying, "I don't know how the kid died, but a kid died in this house." So we're sitting there watching TV one night. The faucets go on. The bathtub goes on. And I just thought, I'm going to the Mesa Library, and I'm going to look up this address. Sure enough, in 1920, there was a house fire in that house, and a little boy died in the fire.
Oh, my gosh.
And as the story goes, is that the little boy, when the fire trucks or whatever were trying to put out the fire, he was getting drenched with the water. So I also looked up, nobody lived more than 5 years in that house.
Gee, I wonder why.
And we moved out. We moved out in year 4. So how is that?
That filled my shorts.
That was tough.
but it's true. You can go look it up at the Mesa Library.
Isabel, I believe every word you just said.
All right.
Did she get tickets?
Let's put Isabel on hold.
Isabella, you hold on. You get you some there.
Give her whatever she would like.
Yeah.
All right. We are.
I didn't like that one.
That was brutal.
I don't want to know where this place is in Mesa.
No, a hidden basement under the stairs.
Do you want to go? No. By the way, if somebody goes, there's a basement, we're going to pry open the stairs, we're going to go down there. No, we're not.
How would you feel? You bought a house and everybody's saying, have you met the ghost yet? It's a little kid.
No.
The Creep Show. Scare us for prizes. Your real-life story with the supernatural. 277 KTAR. One more segment.
Is it almost over?
One more segment, Bruce. I know you're scared of all this stuff.
Okay, more of the Outspoken Creep Show and your stories coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, it's America Roofing. You know what? They just won a major award, 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. This is a big deal. You know what? They've won it before. You know what? That's why they're the best roofing company in the entire state. Licensed, bonded, insured. Must make sure that they're licensed, bonded, insured. Family owned and operated, an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. We're going to get some rain come winter. And so what I want you to do is get your roof evaluated. They'll do it for free if you mention Gatos. A free inspection of your roof. Just mention me. Save a bunch of money. By the way, if they do find something, you get 12% off a repair if you mention Gatos. 602-960-ROOF. 960-ROOF. 960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
Football season equals the tailgate season, which means the Ford F-150 at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi are just the best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. All right, so how? Why? Well, it's no one thing. It's the combination of everything, right? From smart tech to powerful engines. You want productivity? How about available built-in electrical power and a convenient tailgate work surface? You can customize the F-150 pickup to fit your needs. And right now, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. Yep, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. But hurry, these deals won't last long at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 5:43. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Attorney General Chris Mays says it's great news. Federal courts ruled the Trump administration must fund SNAP, but says the fight isn't over yet. Mays says it's possible for the president to push back by appealing the decision, and also worries that he could ignore the courts. Mays adds her office will continue working on the case until the SNAP program is fully back to normal. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
Let's get you home tonight. It's time for Halloween, but we've got trouble in the West Valley. John Roller is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yeah, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Let's try to help people get around this because it is causing quite a bit of stress as folks try to get home for trick-or-treating. The northbound 303 is shut down. That's the outer loop, and it's shut down right at Clearview Boulevard, just shy of Grand Avenue. So to bleed off this heavy slowing, what is happening is DPS troopers are turning traffic around, and you are are headed southbound on the 303 to get around this. Still heavy slowing northbound. May want to think about Waddell, Cactus. Grand Avenue not looking too bad. It is starting to load up as you make your way into Sun City Grand and Sun City West. But again, all lanes blocked. Northbound Loop 303 right at Clearview Boulevard. No estimated time of reopening. John Roller, KTAR News.
Howard Aaron Plumbing, everybody. Howard Aaron Plumbing. Fall is back, and so are train fall rebates. What we're talking about is getting a time of year where this is going to be the best time for you to replace your air conditioning unit. Okay, summer is not the best time. Now is the best time to replace your AC system with Howard Aaron Plumbing. And here's why. I won't go through all the minutia, but you're going to get $6,900 in savings when you call today. Because for a limited time, you can stack train fall manufacturer rebates, utility rebates, federal tax credits, and you're talking about getting $6,900 in savings on a new AC and heating system. So hurry and upgrade now before summer prices return. All you have to do is call them. You can schedule online. You can call them up on the phone. You tell them Gato sent you. They take good care of you. 602-953-2766. HowardAir.com.
It's the final weekend of the biggest savings event of the year. AutoNation's annual Sell Down. Buy with zero down. We're selling down new cars, trucks, SUVs and crossovers, hybrids, EVs, even luxury models. Save thousands now and buy with zero down. Don't wait. The Sell Down ends this weekend. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation dealership. Shop AutoNation.com.
Financing for a limited term on approved above-average credit plus tax, tag, title, and fees. See store for details.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
The Outspoken Creep Show with Bruce and Gatos.
All right, last segment of the Creep Show. 20 years of the Creep Show here in afternoons. So you scare us for prizes. Tell us your real-life story of the supernatural. Great first 40 minutes. Bruce has filled his shorts twice.
And it's been a little difficult at times.
He doesn't like scary stuff. Aaron.
I don't understand people sometimes, though, also.
Aaron, Santan Valley. Hi, Aaron. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. How about yourself?
Good. So far, so all right. Tell us your story.
Let's go. Hey, Ron.
All right. So when I was 10, 11 years old, my mom took me, my brother, and my sister to go stay on the Queen Mary. So sister's 2 years younger, brother's 5 years older. We're creeping around on the ship, probably around midnight, 1 o'clock or so in the morning. Just kind of exploring where no one's around. See some spooky stuff, but we wound up going back to the room, going to sleep. Fell asleep with the TV on. I woke up about 4 o'clock in the morning to just static on the TV. I start looking around, and I see my younger sister standing close to the bathroom with in her nightie holding like a glass of water, or at least I think that's what it is. I call out to her, and she doesn't answer, so I reach for my glasses, and as I'm reaching for my glasses, I hear the glass ball hit the ground and shatter. I grab my glasses. The falling glass wakes up my mom, my brother, and my sister. My sister is asleep in bed next to my mom.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, jeez.
We go over, and no broken glass on the floor, but there is water on the floor.
Oh.
I don't like that at all.
That's pretty good.
On the Queen Mary.
Yeah.
I'm sure, I can't imagine the types of things on the Queen Mary.
Oh, my gosh.
It's like a hotel. You can stay there.
All right.
I'm never going to do it.
Margie in Goodyear.
Margie.
Next on the Creep Show.
What's going on,
Hi, Margie.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I'll let you know in a minute.
Okay. Okay, I'll try to make this quick.
Thank
so growing up, we lived in a
a large house in South Minneapolis, and it had been rented out during the war, including the garage. Everything was wallpapered. And I had 11 kids in the family. One of my sisters one night had come out of the bedroom, and she saw an old woman with long white hair standing at the top of the stairs. And, of course, that story went on for years. And then my sister and her husband, after we all moved out, purchased a house for my parents because it was too big for them. And one Christmas, we were all over at my now sister's house in our old home. And we overheard, my sister who saw this overheard my nephew telling somebody about this story where he saw this old woman at the top of the stairs, long white hair. Exact same story years later. So she was still in that home somewhere.
Oh, gosh.
I don't like that either.
Bruce, there's a woman right next to you
No,
that
there
has
isn't.
white hair.
Don't do that.
Okay. I got to, like, that's, you have different members of the family that have seen the same
thing, yeah.
The same one. All right. 277-5827. Boy, you've been a real trooper today so far.
I put up with it.
Yeah, not too bad. You know what I mean?
I haven't screamed like a little girl.
Donna in Maricopa. Hi, Donna. You ready to tell your story?
Hi, I am.
All right, Donna.
So, my husband's grandmother, so my kids' great-grandmother, died when my twins were 7 months old.
Sorry to hear that.
And so it wasn't long after she passed, though, that just things started happening around the house, right? Like lights being turned off when there was nobody in the room, things moving, stuff like that. So fast forward about a year, we actually are at a different house in Gilbert. We were in Chandler. We went to Gilbert because we bought our own home. And there was one night, it was a Tuesday night. I always remember that because it was Tuesday nights that my husband was at choir rehearsal, and I was home by myself with the kids.
Oh, boy.
I swear this stuff always happened on Tuesday.
Oh,
and I
boy.
think it's because she was trying to help me, but instead she scared the crap out of me.
I would bet. Okay.
So whenever when your husband was away. Okay.
Uh-huh. Yep. Whenever he was away, and like I said, I think she knew I had my hands full with twins.
Yeah.
So the twins are about 18 months old at this point. And my daughter had this little stuffed elephant that she loved, and she couldn't sleep without. Her name was Elsie.
Elsie the elephant. It's cute.
And so I was getting ready to put the kids to bed one night, and we couldn't find Elsie anywhere.
Where's Elsie?
And Jillian, my daughter, is just melting down, right? As an 18-month-old who can't find their favorite toy does.
Sure. Of course.
And so I was getting more and more rattled, and I'm looking all over the house for Elsie, and I thought, okay, maybe she got under the couch somehow, right? So I turned the couch over. Nope. Go into Jillian's room. Search everywhere. Nope. I'm looking everywhere around the house. I tried everything. So I went back down the hall to Jillian's room, tried to calm her down a little bit before I resumed my search.
Okay.
As I came back into the living room where I had turned the couch over, Elsie was sitting on the couch, on the back of the couch, where it was turned over. Yeah. I freaked.
Oh, I bet.
I got my mother and father-in-law to come over and stay with me until my husband got home, and
it wasn't there before.
You
but
said
it was
Grandma
there after.
is Grandma's trying to help out and scaring me.
Yeah, she was like, here, give my granddaughter her Elsie.
Give her the darn Elsie. I know where the Elsie is. I'm the ghost in the house. I don't like that. Oh, my goodness. How soon after that did you move?
All right, favorite call. Woo. We've done an hour of the Creep Show, 20th anniversary.
I think I liked Martin and the banging on the pipes. The one where the man who used to live there and died had a stroke and couldn't talk, so he would bang on the table to get his son's attention, and every night at 2 a.m. he hears banging.
I think that was good. That's crazy.
That one is full-blown crazy.
I liked Isabel.
Oh, yeah.
The hidden basement.
Right. In Mesa.
With a little boy who died in a house fire, right?
Yeah, like 100 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah, the basement they didn't know they had.
A lot of fun. 20th anniversary. I remember the first one. And I got to tell you, after I did the first one, I'm like, we're doing this every year. So, Bruce, if you want to stick around, we'll do it next year.
I'll think about it.
Think about it.
Can we turn the lights back on?
Sure.
Okay, well, I would appreciate that.
And by the way, if you missed the hour of the Creep Show, Scare Us for Prizes, your real-life story and encounter of the supernatural, go to our YouTube channel, and you can see how we did this in the dark.
With accoutrement. We have
accoutrement.
Stuff.
We've got stuff. We've got little candles. We've got some hand that's holding some. I don't know. All right. So thanks, everybody, for the phone calls and the fun. Happy Halloween. We got one more hour.
Stay safe. Yes, we do. Checking the headlines on the way. And up next, what is next in the SNAP, the food stamp, food assistance program saga? Judge versus judges. We'll tell you the latest. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Swapping out your tires? There's nothing like it. With eBay, you find the feel you're looking for, from smooth highway rides to grip for rough terrain. Get all the tires you need at prices you'll love. eBay. Things people love.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource Water. Your tap water isn't as clean as you think. City water is full of contaminants, including chlorine that cities use to treat it. At LifeSource, we believe your water should support your family's health. Our whole house system delivers filtered water from every tap, even your showers. For over 40 years, we've proudly built every system right here in the USA. Call our factory today at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Warranty limitations apply.
Hey folks, Dave Ramsey here to let you know that now is the best time to replace your windows and doors with my friends from Window World. See, Window World doesn't use silly monthly sales gimmicks. They keep their same everyday low pricing all year long. That means you can typically purchase 10 windows from Window World for the price of only 3 or 4 windows from other companies. However, there will be a price increase next year. But don't worry, you still have time to upgrade your home with Window World's guaranteed lowest pricing on all high-quality custom-made windows, patio doors, and even entry door systems. Plus, Window World now offers window and patio doors in designer black and bronze colors, too. Call or schedule your free estimate at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Is every step or reach a reminder of what hurts? A reminder of what you're not able to do and how far you've drifted from the life without pain? Well, do I have good news for you? Because relief is closer than you think. At QC Kinetics, we tap into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery. Just your body remembering how to feel alive again. Let QC Kinetics regain what pain took away. And this Veterans Day, QC Kinetics is giving back to our heroes. Veterans will get $500 off their treatment, and for every non-veteran who starts care, QC Kinetics will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. It's a great time to book your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
You found the perfect house. It's got the kitchen, it's got the backyard, it's got the vibe, but you still have to sell your current place first, right? Cue the stress spiral. No, skip the chaos. Hey, Chris Merrill for Orchard. With their Move First, Sell Later program, you buy your new home now, like right now, and you deal with selling the old one later. In fact, they'll deal with it. You don't have to do any showings. There's no awkward scheduling. There's no, we'll need you to leave for 4 hours while strangers walk through your house and maybe go through your dresser. Orchard fronts you the cash to move into your new place first, and then their team swoops in. They fix up the old home, they give it that new roof, the new carpet, the new drywall, whatever it needs, so it gets sold for top dollar. You get the upgrade, and you get the payday. It's like having your cake and eating it too, and then selling the plate for profit. Want to know what your home is worth? Go to Orchard.com for a free valuation. It's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Javier Soto. When something's happening in your community, ABC 15 is here to listen, to lift up your voice and get you the answers you deserve. Join me and Faye Fredericks weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It's 6 o'clock. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn.
Well, this is really good news.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays wins in court as 2 federal judges rule the Trump administration has to keep funding the SNAP food assistance program. KTAR's Balin Overstolz joins us live from the News Center with more.
Yeah, Becky, AG Mays had joined a lawsuit just days ago calling on the federal government to use emergency funds to keep SNAP going. Now that federal courts have agreed, Mays says
the Democratic attorneys general were right that this program is not only so needed and necessary, but the Trump administration was engaging in unlawful behavior by cutting it off.
She did express concerns the Trump administration could ignore the courts or appeal the decision, also saying even if not, it could take weeks for SNAP to be back to normal.
Keep moving forward on the case and see it all the way through until we can get SNAP turned back on.
Live in the News Center, Balin Overstolz, KTAR News.
President Trump is signaling his administration won't appeal rulings from the 2 federal judges ordering funding for the SNAP program to continue. But in a post on Truth Social, the president says the courts have given conflicting opinions on what can and can't be done. Therefore, he's asked his lawyers to seek clarification on how the program can legally be funded as soon as possible. And he goes on to blame Democrats for the continuing federal government shutdown. You can text the word food to 620-620 and learn how you can donate to Valley Food Banks. There's also resources if you need help. Once again, text food to 620-620. Air traffic controllers have now worked for more than a month with no pay, and more controllers are choosing to call out sick for their shifts. ABC News transportation reporter Sam Sweeney says the ATC staffing situation is now getting to a critical level, and he says typically 0 to 3 ATC centers report staffing shortages on any day, but that has grown now to 32.
Right now, we are at a critical staffing level across the country, and if this government shutdown doesn't end or they don't find a way to pay these air traffic controllers, it is only going to get worse, which means more delays and more cancellations.
Talk about timing. The corpse flower is in bloom, and it's sending out its death-like scent on Halloween at the New York Botanical Garden. Thousands are there to get a peek and a whiff. NYBG's resident horticulturist Mark Hakadurian told us that Amphiphallus titanium, its horticulture name, gives off a noxious stench to attract beetles and flies.
So it puts this fragrance out there as an advertisement to entice pollinators into the bloom. They think they're getting a meal by feasting on rotting flesh, but in turn, they're just pollinating a plant.
Another unique fact about the corpse flower, it doesn't have a blooming season like most flowers. It's unpredictable, and it's short. It only lasts 24 to 48 hours. If you want to see it, but don't want to smell it, NYBG is live streaming the event for this brief bloom. On Wall Street, the Dow up 40 points today. The S&P up 17 and the NASDAQ rose 143. For more money news, go to the Business Center at KTAR.com.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
Let's get the what's gone wrong of it all. John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yeah, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. We've been keeping an eye on this full closure, and it is up in the Surprise Sun City Grand area. Northbound 303, all lanes are blocked. We had a very serious crash a little more than an hour ago right at Clearview Boulevard. And right now you may want to think about bailing at Waddell, Greenway, Cactus, ways to get around that. Grand Avenue now starting to load up as you make your way northbound through the 303. You've got about 2 miles of slowing there. That's a tough spot. Reams Road northbound is another way to get around this crash. No estimated time of reopening. Again, full closure, all lanes northbound, Loop 303, the outer loop, right at Clearview Boulevard. Traffic is brought to you by the Lund Mortgage Team. Give yourself a raise by consolidating your high interest and high balance debt with a home equity line of credit. You can learn more at lundmortgage.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
Trick or treat, temperatures in the 70s, overnight 63, and tomorrow and Sunday right around 89. It's 82 in Tempe. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. You all right over there?
I'm okay.
It's hour number 3.
Not going to Mesa anytime soon, I can tell you that.
So what'd you think of, this is the second creep show you've been a part of.
Yeah, I disliked it as much as
You
the first
did,
one,
okay.
but yeah, it was creepy.
So every year, this was the 20th year that we've done the creep show, Scare Us for Prizes, your real life encounter with the supernatural. And we take your phone calls. And you filled your shorts twice.
I don't understand some of these people. Like, what about the one guy? So there's this haunted house, and they put salt around it to keep the spirits out. So we went in. No,
you
don't go in there.
You got to be in the circle of salt so the ghost can't come in.
You don't purposely. That's how horror movies start.
If you missed it, go and check it out on the KTAR YouTube channel. I would watch this because you can see the reaction on our faces. And we turned the lights out, and we had all this.
That didn't help, by the way.
We really decorated.
There was a lot of decoration.
It was pretty fun.
Yeah.
So,
Thanks to Becky Lynn and the
thank you, Becky Lynn,
and the
You
Gatos
are
Bride
welcome,
for
and Julia. Yeah,
and
It looked fantastic.
and your lovely wife provided some
Yes,
candles.
yeah.
Not the good candles, I'm led to believe. You got you weren't supposed to touch
These are
the
the
good
ones that if I lose, it's okay.
Yeah, but you weren't allowed to touch other candles.
By the way, Becky Lynn, I said, hey, Bruce, why don't can you bring some candles in too?
Why would I have candles?
He doesn't have a candle in his house.
What do you have candles for?
Hey,
They smell nice.
Yeah, well,
Bachelor.
so does
Right.
Lysol.
Yeah, not the same.
All right, so we're trying to get the latest because today was a pretty fast-moving day, at least in the courts, where we had 2 federal judges, one, I want to say Rhode Island, the other was Massachusetts, rule that the federal government must continue paying for food stamps, the SNAP program, during the government shutdown.
Right.
That this has to continue and that they cannot withhold that money, saying that there is an emergency reserve. By the way, this was enacted by Congress a long time ago that has billions of dollars in it, and that they could use that to fund the SNAP program. The Trump administration saying, no, we can't, even though that's what they did last time.
Right. So we had a federal judge permanently block part of it was an executive order by Trump.
Yeah.
Ruling that the president cannot require voters, when it comes to, something like if you're getting food and all that, you can't just stop it.
Roughly 42 million people in the U.S. rely monthly on some form of federal help to purchase groceries.
Yeah. It wasn't an executive order. That was my bad. Sorry about that. Not an executive order. But this was the United States government who provides all this money so that people who can't afford to eat, they use this money so they can eat.
Right.
And a lot of people were talking about the Trump administration maybe pushing back on this. I just don't think that's going to be the case. Can you imagine how it would look if Trump or, people in the Republican Party say, you know what, we're going to appeal this. Wait a minute, what are you appealing? Well, we're going to appeal that we don't have to feed people. I mean, even for Trump, it's a bad look. And to be honest with you, I don't think he's that guy who wants to cut off food from people. You can say a lot about the man. I just don't think that's it.
Well, he is trying to spin this as, this is a win
it's a
for him.
Democrat's fault.
Well, the liar in chief said this today. I do not want Americans to go hungry just because of the radical Democrats refuse to do the right thing and reopen the government.
Right.
Therefore, I've instructed our lawyers to ask the court to clarify how we can legally fund SNAP as soon as possible. It's already been delayed enough due to the Democrats keeping the government closed.
Right. The Democrats are saying the same thing about Republicans.
Yeah. Well, I'll just point out, the last time the government shut down under Trump,
right,
they paid the SNAP benefits.
They did.
And they paid them out of the emergency fund.
Right. What was happening here?
This time, they chose not to.
Illegal, though. That's
correct.
The thing.
But they chose not to because it was leverage the Republicans could use to create pain to try to get Democrats to negotiate.
But
Let me just call it what it is.
Democrats are doing the same thing.
Well, they don't have any leverage to
They're trying to leverage Obamacare and all that kind of. They want to make sure that it doesn't, that it is somewhat continued, because if it's not.
Right. Well, you don't have leverage if you don't have the votes. That's my point. All they can do is hold out, I guess.
Yeah. Well, we talked to Barry Markson, KTAR legal analyst, just in the first hour of the show. Let's play a little bit of this. He's a lawyer. He's looked into this. There are a lot of different questions about, well, if November 1st, which is tomorrow, if that's when it's supposed to stop, are people going to have money on their card? And I don't think we all know the answer to this quite yet.
It appears the answer is probably not.
All right, here's Barry.
First, the question is the Trump administration going to appeal this? And you have to remember, because normally you'd say no, what kind of an administration would appeal a judge's ruling that is saying you have to feed the people or provide assistance to people who need food assistance, American citizens who need that. And yet that's what the Trump administration has actually been fighting here. Important to remember, this has been there to be used in this type of situation.
This emergency fund we're talking about.
Yeah. The $5 billion emergency fund, and in fact, until September 30th, there was a memo in the cabinet there that said that's exactly what this money would be used for in the case of a shutdown. The Trump administration withdrew that memo; they canceled their own memo because they want, because they wanted to be able to use this as leverage to get the Democrats to open up the government again. So that's what happened here. So two lawsuits, one brought by 25 states, including Arizona by Attorney General Chris Mays, and they won. So assuming Trump doesn't appeal, and the last I heard is Trump's saying now that he wants some clarification and he wants to make sure he's feeding the people. And it sounded like almost like he's making it sound like he went to court to force this so that he could feed everybody. But so I'm assuming he's not going to appeal, but we don't know that yet. But if he doesn't appeal, then the money will start to flow to SNAP. And the way that works is it goes to the states, and then the states have to load up your SNAP card. So in some states, it takes longer than others. So are they going to have money immediately? No, it'll take some number of days and up to a week, depending on where you live.
All right, Barry Markson is joining us. Let's say that the president appeals what we're seeing. He appeals the decision. I mean, could that tie up SNAP benefits for weeks until the next judge talks about this and rules on it?
There'd be two options then. So the lower court judge could either stay his decision while the appeal is pending, which is not unusual, but given the emergency circumstances here, literally people who don't have enough money to buy food would potentially be going hungry. The judge may say, you can appeal the legal issue, but in the meantime, you need to perform under my order. Or the appellate court could also issue a stay. So it would depend. If no stay is issued, then the money should flow to SNAP while the appeal is pending. I would also assume that the appellate courts would try to move this as quickly as possible, which they will. But as we all know, appellate court fast is not instantaneous. So it would probably take at least a week. And then if Trump appeals it again, it could go up to the Supreme Court. And I don't know how long that takes. So hopefully that doesn't happen here.
Again, we're talking to KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson, as we had two federal judges today rule that the SNAP benefits must move forward using this emergency fund inside the government. And again, I think to surmise a little bit, Barry, it's just not clear how quickly those monies will get to the people who need the food. But it doesn't sound like it's going to be tomorrow.
No, and even the judge one of the judges said a hearing on Monday for an update because there's a couple of options here. The government could use the $5 billion emergency fund, but interestingly, we spend about $9 billion a month on this, I think, or
oh, wow.
week. I mean, it's a ton of money. So that $5 billion isn't going to get us very far. There's also another group of money, another fund of about 20 to 25 billion that could also be used. So the judge wants the federal government to tell him on Monday, are they just going to partially fund it, or are they going to use more money to fully fund it through November at least, and see where that takes us? So,
can I ask, Barry, what the argument was? I know you paid attention to this because let's use the last government shutdown. What was it, 2018, 2019, right in there. SNAP benefits were not impacted then. They used this whatever monies. What was the government's argument this time that they couldn't pay SNAP benefits? At least the argument they're using in front of a judge, not the one they use on cable news.
So they paid it before in a shutdown, but they didn't want to pay it this time.
Why? Yeah. What was their argument?
Okay.
Their argument was that they tried to create a thing that said legally they're not allowed to use this money, that this money is supposed to be used in the event of a hurricane or something like that to provide emergency benefits, not for this, that this was not an emergency under the legal doctrine. But the court, two different judges now have both said that's not true. Important to note here, these judges have said that what the Trump administration did here was illegal. Not that they made a wrong decision, but that what they did actually violated the law. So it's, I think it's pretty clear that the administration did this to try to leverage the Democrats to end the shutdown. But the legal basis for that was obviously not very strong. And I think we saw that with two judges issuing their rulings almost simultaneously from different parts of the country.
All right. Barry Markson, KTAR legal analyst. I mean, some of it is tough to understand. That's why we put them on.
Yeah. Well, it's legalese. And again, two different judges ruling on this. They weren't exactly the same, the rulings. So, yeah.
Here's one thing. When some of these cases go to the courts and Trump loses, he always appeals.
He doesn't like to lose.
Well, nobody likes to lose. And most people do appeal. There's no way. You got to let this one go, right?
Well, if you think about it, I want to say you might have said it earlier. This is a win. Take it as a win and move on. Like right. you can go, oh gosh darn it, we really wish, but you get out of this without being the one that cuts off food to people, right?
Right. Just let me make sure that I understand this.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's not either side that's at fault here. It's both sides that they can't get a deal done. So in a shutdown, the SNAP benefits will run out. It's because both parties don't have a deal, right?
No. SNAP benefits were paid during shutdowns previously.
Okay.
They were being used as leverage in this shutdown.
By Republicans?
The ones who control the purse strings, yes. To try to pressure Democrats to cut a deal, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, they did it. They paid for it before during the shutdown. It wasn't one of the negotiating chips that they tried to use. This time they said, well, we can't do it. It's illegal. They go, well, was it illegal last time you did it?
You're right. Okay.
That's kind of what the judge said. Really? Yeah. Now it's illegal?
This thing's going to go past Thanksgiving.
No.
Yeah.
Really?
Shutdown's going to go past Thanksgiving.
You think so?
I think so.
Is that like Nostradamus or?
I just have a gut.
Yeah.
I don't think I don't think they're close.
Well, they're not even in town. I mean, nothing can happen right now. They have all gone home.
Dude, it's November tomorrow.
Tomorrow's November.
Yeah. By the time we're here next week, this will be the longest shutdown in American history.
Correct. Yeah.
That's what we're looking at. And it's not going to stop anytime soon.
No, they certainly don't agree.
You've got people on both sides that don't care to get a deal done.
Hey, shout out to everyone listening in Youngtown. What's up, Youngtownians? Thank you guys so much for listening. Do you have to be young to live in Youngtown?
I believe you do.
I don't believe that's true.
I believe that you're right, and I believe I'm right and you're wrong.
Thanks for listening, everyone in Youngtown. All right, coming up next, time for the Stream Team. We'll tell you what you should or shouldn't be streaming this weekend. It's up next right here, Outspoken on KTAR.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age. making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
KTAR News Flash.
6:19. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Mesa Public Schools will be opening 2 new high schools next school year, offering smaller class sizes and more personalized classes for students. Superintendent Matthew Strom explains this new school will be added on to existing junior highs, adding an additional grade each year until it's a full high school. It brings the total number of high schools in that district to 10. To read more education solutions stories, you can go to ktar.com/education. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to ktar.com or to the KTAR News app.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
Still got a closure in the West Valley. Let's get the latest with John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yeah, right, you are, Becky Lynn. Not what we wanted on a Halloween evening here. We've got a full closure, northbound Loop 303. This is the outer loop up in the Sun City Grand, Sun City West area. Had a very serious crash that has closed all lanes right at Clearview Boulevard. And right now, we still have very heavy slowing all the way back to Greenway Road. So to get around this, Greenway is a way to go. Maybe Cotton Lane, Reams Road up to Grand Avenue. Once you get to Grand Avenue in the Sun City West area, there is heavy slowing right up to the Loop 303. No estimated time of reopening. And we also now have a crash in Tempe, southbound 101 Price Freeway. This is right near Broadway and starting to see a backup all the way back to the 202. John Roller, KTAR News. Back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, time for the Stream Team. We're going to tell you what you should or shouldn't be streaming this weekend. Brought to you by Life Changer Loans. So, I think it's apropos of Halloween. Now, what I watch is what I always watch, but it fits in with Halloween. But you went straight Halloween, didn't you?
Yeah, I wanted to do my Stream Team on the scariest movie I think I've ever seen.
Why?
Because it's Halloween, and because you hate scary movies, and because I remember watching this movie in my apartment, in the dark, and absolutely just being scared blankless.
Why would you do that?
So it was. I don't know why I did that, but it was a stupid move.
It sounds stupid, even from here.
The Blair Witch Project. 1999. Here's a clip.
And it's all because of me that we're here now. Hungry and cold and hunted.
Tell me where you are, John!
This is why it was the creepiest movie I've ever seen. It blurred the line between fact and fiction.
Well, I remember, I did not see it, obviously.
This is not a true story.
But I heard people saying, like, it looks like almost like a documentary.
Exactly. You've got, I don't know how many, 20-somethings, 4 or 5. They go out in the woods, and they're looking for the Blair Witch. And the movie is shot like it is a documentary, like it's found footage. And it's and you get sucked in because you're like, okay, I believe that these people went into the woods, and I got to tell you, that was really the only time I didn't want to go to sleep at night. I literally wanted to stay up with the lights on,
all right,
and not fall asleep, and then go to work the next day.
Okay,
because it did blur the lines. And the thing is, like, I'm trying to remember. I don't even remember if they ever. I don't think they ever showed a Blair Witch, and that's why it was so scary.
They never did.
No, they never did. Right?
Don't want to know.
But the end of the movie was so weird and creepy, and I don't even know how to explain it.
Good,
but they said you will wind up in a certain place in the forest, staring at a wall.
I don't want to do that.
And then that's kind of how it happened, and you're like, wait, this is weird. So that's the Blair Witch Project.
Okay. You think you watch that on Halloween?
I don't think I'll ever watch that again.
You'll never watch it again.
I will never watch that again.
But you kids out there, maybe you ought to check it out. Surprise, surprise. Watched a series on serial killer, John Wayne Gacy. It's new to Peacock. They did a documentary about him before. This is confusing because the series is called the exact same thing. It's called Devil in Disguise.
There's really 4 Gacys. John the contractor, John the politician, John the clown, and then there's the other guy.
Oh, who's the other guy?
The bad...
I thought the clown was the bad guy.
Oh, no. No, the clown went to, like, kids' parties.
Oh, it's even worse.
John Wayne Gacy confirmed that he killed 32 young men and buried them under his house in Des Plaines, Illinois. I drove by the house, by the way. It's just outside, just by the Chicago airport.
I don't know why you do that.
I wanted to see it. They tore it down, but the address is still there. This is different from the documentary. This is less about how crazy John Wayne Gacy was to murder 32 boys. And it gets into the victims, who they were, gets into the families, gets into the breakdowns with the Chicago police, who didn't believe any of them, kept telling them, oh, they just ran away.
Oh, boy.
These boys will be back.
Wow. And
turned a blind eye for so long and allowed him to keep murdering people. It's called Devil in Disguise. This is the series, not the documentary. And again, they have the same name. If you look it up, it's playing on Peacock. It's new out there right now. It's very well done. And it's frustrating and difficult to watch. It does not show violence. It does not show demise. Do you know what I mean? But boy, it's all of the creepiness of John Wayne Gacy leading up to it. Checking the headlines on the way. We are going to let Becky Lynn get us up to speed with everything going on. And coming up next, hey, are any kids been trick-or-treating at your house? Are you seeing people? Do kids just not trick-or-treat anymore? Text us, 620-620. Is trick-or-treating dead? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
All right, so decades of experience, thousands of smiles restored. It's time for you to go see Dr. Joe at Aurea Dental Implant Center. If you've got broken teeth, if you absolutely refuse to smile in front of anyone because you don't like the way that your teeth look, there is a solution. Dr. Joe has it, and he is amazing. He'll sit down with you, and he'll discuss what procedure will be performed. He has answers to all of your questions. And if you think of some answers after you leave, most likely he'll have already given you his cell phone. You can text him or call him. At Aurea, your price is also going to be better than anywhere else. They are a local company. They don't have the same overhead as all these big corporate dental implant centers. If you go there, you will pay $21,000 more for the same procedure than if you go to Aurea. All you have to do is just go to AureaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon, or at newnordicusa.com.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri, coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Let's go.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's the final weekend of the biggest savings event of the year. AutoNation's annual Sell Down. Buy with zero down. We're selling down new cars, trucks, SUVs and crossovers, hybrids, EVs, even luxury models. Save thousands now and buy with zero down. Don't wait. The Sell Down ends this weekend. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation dealership. Shop AutoNation.com.
Financing for a limited term on approved above-average credit plus tax, tag, title, and fees. See store for details.
This is Dr. Patrick Maloney with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss. Are you frustrated with those trendy weight loss shots? Whether you've hit a plateau, can't handle the side effects, or watch the pounds creep back after stopping, there's a better way. Our exclusive 3-step protocol has helped thousands of people lose up to 10 to 15% of their body weight in just 8 weeks without expensive injections or uncomfortable side effects. Our doctor-developed program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast. Ready for real lasting results? Our caring team at Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss is ready to help you achieve your weight loss goals. Visit PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation.
I'm Jamie West, and I spent my whole life looking for the secret to successful, lasting weight loss. I found it. Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss helped me drop about 50 pounds. You can do the program in person or virtually from anywhere. Schedule your free consultation right now. Call 602-832-7440 or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
KTAR News now.
6:31. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. 2 federal judges have ruled the Trump administration must use more than $5 billion in a contingency fund to distribute partial SNAP benefits during the government shutdown.
Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego spoke at the St. Mary's Food Bank Volunteer Center before the ruling came down and said 1 in 8 Arizonans receive SNAP benefits.
The City of Phoenix has launched a new resource page with information about emergency food assistance, linked to food banks, and important information about key city resources, such as our senior meal program.
Gallego said the city would be holding a food drive next week. SNAP cost the country $8.5 billion a month, and with a little over $5 billion in the fund, it will likely take some time to calculate and distribute partial benefits for the month of November. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Attorney General Chris May says it's great news that the federal courts ruled the Trump administration must fund SNAP, but says the fight isn't over yet. May says it is possible for the president to push back by appealing the decision, and she also worries he could ignore the courts. Mays adds her office will continue working on the case until the SNAP program is fully back to normal. The FBI announced arrests in Michigan today. FBI Director Kash Patel says a home was raided after surveilling multiple people in an online chat group. Patel posted they were about to carry out an attack on Halloween. Here's ABC's Olivia Rubin.
Sources now tell ABC News the FBI took action after undercover operatives monitored an online chat group. Law enforcement sources say the alleged plot involved firearms. Sources add the suspects took firearms training, and law enforcement stepped in when the suspects mentioned Pumpkin Day, which they believed was a reference to Halloween.
And turning to sports, the Toronto Blue Jays are just a win away from taking their first World Series title since 1993. Game number 6 underway in Canada right now, but the Dodgers are up 3-1 in the middle of the 5th. Phoenix Suns play host to the Utah Jazz tonight. Tip-off set for 7 o'clock, and you can catch all the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
Still a big closure in the West Valley. Here's John Roller with a look from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Yeah, we've got an update on this full closure, and really it has hampered things for the last several hours. Northbound Loop 303, the outer loop right near Clearview Boulevard, had a very serious crash which had all lanes shut down. But I am taking a live look right now, and it looks like the right lanes are opening back up. So just reach out to DPS to confirm that, but I am seeing some traffic get it by this crash. But still, you are slowed down all the way back to Greenway as you come northbound on the Loop 303. Southbound 101 in the East Valley, Price Freeway. Look for a crash right near Broadway. And we've got a new crash coming in southbound 202 Santan Freeway right near Elliott. John Roller, KTAR News.
A very nice night for trick-or-treating, and then overnight we'll see a low temp around 63. For tomorrow, 87, 89 Sunday and Monday. Right now it's 78 degrees in Maricopa. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hope you guys had a great weekend. Coming up Monday, Mike is back, and we have AG Chris Mays in studio ahead of her lawsuits going to SCOTUS. We hope to see you guys then.
All right, happy Halloween. Hope it's going well so far. Great reminder, you did this earlier. Drive extra careful tonight, especially around neighborhoods. You might not see some kids out there. Not everybody's lit up.
It's very scary out there, and I'm not joking.
It can be dangerous.
When you're in your neighborhood, like, don't roll the stop sign, you kind of roll. Don't do any of that stuff. Drive super slow.
Look both ways twice.
Yeah. And just to let everybody know, on Halloween, if you are on the 51, just be super careful, because you do know that every Halloween there is a ghost.
Oh, come off of it.
That will, and it happens every year to one person. You're in your car, you're all by yourself, and all of a sudden, to the right, you will see him.
It's not a thing.
And it is a creepy thing that happens every year.
I'm not going to drive on the 51 tonight.
And if you're on the 51, he peeks his head out every year.
Speaking of the 51.
Yes.
Do I get any credit for trying to save your life last night?
This is a good story. I think we should talk about it.
Do I get any credit?
Yes. Yeah.
So we're leaving last night.
Right.
I am behind Gatos.
Right. I didn't know that.
Racing ahead of me.
Well, I peel out of here. I've had enough of you.
You go there, and you're getting ready to turn onto the 51 here at Northern.
Yeah.
There are two Phoenix police officers, two vehicles.
Didn't see it.
And they're not in the same lane as you. They're one lane over and behind you.
So they're behind me. And we're stopped at the light.
And I call you.
Yeah.
And you don't answer.
I let it go to voicemail.
Because I was going to tell you, don't go racing up that on-ramp.
I raced up the on-ramp.
And you raced up the on-ramp, and I go, they're going to get Gatos. They're going to get Gatos.
Yeah.
And they let you go.
I guess
and then you
did.
call me later and go, what's up? And I go, there's two cops behind you.
So it was funny because I was on the phone with my brother. And
I'm obviously more important at that point.
And so I'm like, known. So I let the phone call go.
Yeah. Well, usually I'm a block number on your call, on your phone.
That is true. And I'm like, why is he calling me? We just finished the show.
Just saw him.
So anyway, it's like 5 minutes later, I call you back. And you're like, I tried to save you. There were two cops. And I go, what do you mean there were two cops? There are two cops right behind you, and you gunned it up the 51. And so it was funny because when I was on the phone with you, it was only a couple minutes later.
Yeah, it was pretty quick.
I looked to my right, and I'm like, oh, my gosh, I see one of the cops. And you're like, yeah, there's another one. And I'm like, oh, there goes the other one.
I'm like your own personal Waze app. I'm telling you where the cops are.
And I'm like, I got to slow down. I'm going 83.
Yes, I was trying to help you. Apparently, they didn't care. They were in a hurry to go somewhere else. But you lucked out.
I think I lucked out. You get credit.
Let's get some credit for trying to save you.
You get credit.
Have you ever stayed in a haunted hotel?
Of course. The number one haunted hotel.
Really? Okay, yeah. I've stayed at it might be the number one haunted hotel in Arizona.
I stayed at, I love New Orleans.
Yeah.
I love the ghost
Neat
stories.
City. Yeah, I don't like that part of it.
the number one haunted hotel is the Hotel Monteleone.
Okay.
And so every time we go to New Orleans, that's where we stay.
Really?
Yeah, it's old, it's beautiful, but it's a little creepy.
A little creepy.
And I like that. When I go to New Orleans, this is where I want to be.
You need to go stay at the Jerome Grand Hotel. It's only about an hour and a half north of here.
I've been there. I haven't stayed.
The hotel used to be the United Verdi Hospital. And it may or may not have been a bit of a mental hospital at some point.
Oh, gosh.
And
hey, hang on. I got something for you.
What?
It'll make the segment better.
Well, oh, God.
Go ahead.
I stayed there one night. I don't know why. I hadn't read the full bio. Guests, though, report seeing ghostly figures, hearing unexplained noises like babies crying, and experience objects moving around in their room. Room 32, apparently, is the most of them. And then right down the hill, because the Jerome Grand Hotel's up on top of the city, looking down over
super cool
booming Jerome, is Haunted Hamburger. And I went there and had a hamburger. By the way, nice hamburger.
Yes.
I experienced nothing haunted about it in either of those places, though, so I must have lucked out.
Well, when I went to New Orleans, we stayed at the Monteleone. I haven't experienced a ghost.
Oh, okay. But you were trying. You were looking.
Let me tell you something. I don't want to see one.
Oh, really?
No. I don't go there hoping that I'm going to be visited.
Well, then why do you go to a haunted hotel?
Because I pretty much know nothing's going to happen, but I like the creepiness of it. But if I wake up at 3 a.m.
and there's a ghostly figure,
I am out of there.
You're going to levitate off the bed.
I will never go back. I like the idea of staying in one.
I like the idea of it.
I don't want to see one.
I don't like the practicality of it.
No.
Interesting.
I don't want to see it.
Yeah. We have a lot of haunted locations around here. So I live...
San Carlos Hotel, downtown.
San Carlos, yeah. There's apparently... something mysterious that goes on. Superstition Mountains, the Lost Dutchman Mine. People say they've seen things up there. That's where I live.
Whoa.
I live right over there, Gold Canyon adjacent in Apache Junction.
There's a haunted tour.
Yes.
Like downtown Phoenix that you can take. I've never done it, but I've wanted to do it.
I never will.
Yeah, I do too.
Okay, you guys knock yourselves out. Tell me how it went. Okay? Tell me how it went.
See, the tour and all that and the storytelling, I love.
Yes.
But I don't ever want to see one. I don't ever want to be visited by one. Never. Boy, I'll never be the same.
You just put that out in the universe. One of these ghosts is like, I'm
going to
just put Gatos on my list. Just put Gatos on my list.
Don't say that.
All right, ghosts, you heard it. He's triple dog daring you. Hey, tonight is Halloween or All Hallows Eve. We're going to talk to you about the best ghost movies ever. All right, coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona is finally cooling off, but before you kick on the heat, make sure your system is ready. Parker & Sons has been keeping Valley homes comfortable for over 50 years, and their fall HVAC tune-up is fast, affordable, and can save you from a chilly surprise. Call Parker & Sons because comfort specialist isn't just a slogan, it's a promise. Call Parker at 602-2-REPAIR, that's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Bulldog Security Screens. This perfect weather that we are having right now, open your doors and windows in complete comfort and always in safety. Bulldog Security Screens protect like a fortress. How about holiday travel? Aren't you getting ready for that? Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's. If you travel, leave knowing your home is secure, that if a burglar tries to break in, they can't break in. We all know the vast majority of burglaries go unsolved because even the burglars know if they can get in, even with an alarm system, they can steal your property and be gone before anyone shows up. The vast majority of burglaries go unsolved. But if you're going to travel, travel with peace of mind. Protect you, protect your family, protect the property you've worked so hard for, and do it with a great product that protects like a fortress. It's Bulldog Security Screens. Here's how you make an appointment. You just go to their website, bulldogsecurityscreens.com. That's bulldogsecurityscreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog because Bulldog Security Screens, they're tough.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 6:44. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. No federal funding, an air traffic controller shortage, and the holidays right around the corner. ABC's Matt Rivers says it's going to be a challenging time for travelers.
As the country deals with the government shutdown, major flight disruptions nationwide due to critical air traffic control staffing issues and bad weather. In Orlando yesterday, the busiest airport in Florida, the FAA saying there were no controllers to land planes for a time before staffing was finally increased. Some 32 air traffic control facilities reporting shortages, and the list is growing. One FAA source telling ABC News it's the worst she's ever seen.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
Let's check out what's gone wrong in the West Valley. It's been bad all afternoon. John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yeah, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Now, a little bit of good news. The right lanes are starting to open up. We had a full closure of the outer loop, the northbound loop 303, right at Clearview Boulevard there, and this had the entire roadway shut down for a good long time. But the right lanes now are opening back up, so that backup is looking much better. Lean to the right as you head northbound there. Also, Grand Avenue, lots of folks took that into the Sun City Grand, Sun City West area. That backup looking much better as well. Still have some leftover slowing on the southbound 101 Price Freeway. Had a crash right near Apache Boulevard. And the southbound Loop 202 in the Far East Valley had a crash near Elliott Road. That crash is off to the right. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Choose a firm that will cover all of your financial bases, financial, estate, insurance, and tax planning. Go to assetpreservationwealth.com and get your free portfolio. John Roller, KTAR News.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Hey, y'all.
It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-691-6641. That's 602-691-6641. 602-691-6641.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, KTAR.com. On the right side of the page is the Gatos Big Q.
Did you do a Halloween one today?
Well, it's kind of outdated.
Oh.
I'll read it. Join us at 5 Friday for the Outspoken Creep
go.
Show. Tell us your real-life encounter with these
You don't
supernatural.
think this through, do you?
Oh, I don't care. I want everybody to... I'm plugging our show.
Got it.
And so when it's over, I did it on purpose. Have you ever seen a ghost?
Oh.
That's the question. Yes, no, or C. I've seen Gatos on the KTAR YouTube channel, and he looks pretty pale.
God, I want to vote for that.
That better not be the number one answer.
I'm going to go no, 70%.
No, 47%.
Only 47.
31 voted for me.
Okay, well, there is that.
So we'll get
I've
rid
seen
of
a
that
ghost.
one. 22% yes.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell your story?
Would you like me to tell you?
I thought I would.
So,
hold on.
What do you mean, hold on?
Let me find something.
No.
You need musical accompaniment.
I do not need musical accompaniment.
I won't put the scary song on that you hate.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So this is the one I don't like. I was working at a radio station in Tucson, Arizona. 13K hit.
They have radio stations in Tucson?
Keep it up.
Okay.
And I was new. So I was doing the weekend overnight shift. I was there in the radio station between midnight and 6 a.m. They wouldn't let me on the radio when the sun was up. And by the way, there's an argument that should have stayed that way.
Because you sucked.
I was brand new. I didn't know what I was doing.
Okay.
And we had a radio station where when you were on the air, you could look out through the lobby and you could actually see out into like the parking lot. So you'd see if people came in the radio station. And I'm on the air there. It's 2-3 in the morning. And I see a reflection go by the window. All these windows in the radio stations, I refer to them as double pane. They are. They're soundproof. And I saw a reflection go by. And I go, well, that's kind of weird. I wonder who's in the radio. So I didn't see anybody come in. I wasn't freaked out.
Hold on.
What? What are you doing? Oh, God, turn the lights off. So all right. I played another song. We're playing the hits back then, making them count. And I go into the hallway, and I see just like something turn the corner. I see a person. It's like a man in a blue suit.
That's crazy.
And I go around the corner, and I don't see anybody. And so I think, well, maybe it was like my reflection or something stupid, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I go back to just rocking on the radio. I mentioned it to somebody a couple weeks ago. We're having like a staff meeting. And I was like, yeah, it was kind of weird. I go, I thought somebody came in the building. They go, what do you mean? Well, I saw like a shadow. And they go, was it a man wearing a blue suit?
Oh.
I said, yeah. Was that? They go, that's the ghost that lives at the radio station.
Oh.
Stop it. It is not the ghost. And they all said, no, literally. Like, you aren't the first person that's seen a man in a blue suit walking around the radio station at night.
Oh, my gosh. There's no way I would
So I thought of quitting instantly.
Yeah.
That was my first option. But again, I went to my better angels. Maybe it's a happy ghost. So I would talk to the ghost on the radio. I would play songs. I'd take requests for the ghost.
You would take requests from the ghost.
And for them. They never talked to me.
Okay.
But when I was on the overnights there, I would acknowledge the ghost in the building, and hopefully we were friends and that they weren't going to haunt me and make me go crazy. So I had seen the man in the blue suit. And I saw more than once. And I just thought it was my reflection. You know what I'm saying? And it turned out it wasn't.
That is terrible. Gosh, that's scary.
Yep.
I don't want to see one.
Yeah. But it didn't scare me. Like, again, it didn't, like, jump out and go boo or, like its face turned into something. It was just like a person wandering the hallway.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
Yeah. Apparently, so they told me.
I'm going to haunt this place.
Are you ready for this?
I'm going to haunt this place.
There's no doubt in my mind.
Gone.
No doubt. You know what they told me?
What?
That an employee had died there years ago.
Oh, there you go.
And that's who they thought it was.
Ooh.
Died in the radio station.
Wow.
Just saying. Haunted radio station.
I would have quit on the spot.
You would have quit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like hearing the ghost stories. I don't want to be in a ghost story.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. So you've never, you love all this stuff.
Yeah.
You love Halloween. You've never had any sort of a supernatural thing. Really?
No. Nope.
Okay. I got another one for you.
Okay.
I was in Washington, D.C. I was a kid.
Do you need music?
No, don't like your music. I was with Mom, Dad, my little maggot brother.
All right.
We were walking through Georgetown.
Oh, that's where The Exorcist.
No.
The stairway at Georgetown is where they shot the Exorcist movie.
Oh, God. Well, I didn't know that, thankfully. And we're walking along in Georgetown. And all I can tell you, Gatos, is that we're walking along and my vision changed.
Your vision changed?
And it went from like modern day to like a very old version of Georgetown. Like the streets became brick and the buildings were wood, and like everything changed. And for some reason, we were coming up on a corner and I knew what was around the corner. And I went running and I turned the corner. I ran into a fence.
Oh, gosh.
And I fell down crying. And my mom was like, "Why did you just run headlong into a fence?" I go, "Well, the fence wasn't supposed to be there."
Oh, geez. You're weird, man. Happy Halloween, everybody. Bruce, thank everybody so we can go home.
Hey, we appreciate everyone who chips in, does their stuff on the show here. We look through the double pane bulletproof glass. First lady of Outspoken, that's Miss Jules doing all the work over there. Thank you so much. Also, Pride of Tennessee, Miss Becky Lynn, with all your news and information. And hey, we had the Roller, John Roller, doing your traffic day. And boy, did you need some help, right? Thanks, guys.
Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Ganos, lucky I put up with you.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-292-0975. 800-292-0975. Again, that's 800-292-0975.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/fax. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. When it comes to building luxury homes in Scottsdale, experience matters, and Sonora West Development delivers. With decades of trusted craftsmanship and a reputation built on integrity, we turn your vision into a masterpiece. Our clients choose us for our expertise and stay for the peace of mind. From concept to completion, we make the process seamless, personal, and exceptional. Visit SonoraWestDev.com today. That's SonoraWestDev.com.
So your dream of buying a home has been on the back burner for way too long, right? Let's be honest, it's tough to know when to jump in. And making the right decision at the wrong time could really cost you. But not when you work with Lund Mortgage. They are so good at making that decision easy with their free rate tracking tool that tracks real interest rates tailored to your specific situation. When your ideal rate hits, you're going to get the heads up. So if you're serious about buying and you want to do it right and on your timeline, you owe it to yourself to visit LundMortgage.com today.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
For your 55% savings, call 480-896-9597. That's 480-896-9597. Offer ends November 3rd. Call 480-896-9597.
It's the final weekend of the biggest savings event of the year. AutoNation's annual Sell Down. Buy with zero down. We're selling down new cars, trucks, SUVs and crossovers, hybrids, EVs, even luxury models. Save thousands now and buy with zero down. Don't wait. The Sell Down ends this weekend. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation dealership. Shop AutoNation.com.
Financing for a limited term on approved above average credit plus tax, take title and fees. See store for details.
Fall is back and so are cooler nights. Keep your bills low and
KTAR-FM,
comfort.
Glendale.